تجھ سا کوئی نہیں، تجھ سا کوئی نہیں ہے عقیدہ یہ اپنا، بس صدق و یقین، تجھ سا کوئی نہیں، تجھ سا کوئی نہیں اے رسول دست قدرت نے ایسا بنایا تجھے، جملہ اوصاف سے خود سجایا تجھے، دست قدرت نے ایسا بنایا تجھے، جملہ اوصاف سے خود سجایا تجھے، اے ازل کے حسین، اے ابد کے حسین، اے ازل کے حسین، اے ابد کے حسین، تجھ سا کوئی نہیں، تجھ سا کوئی نہیں اے رسول امین۔
Jazakallah. Respected audience, today is the 5th day of all these activities, and all these academic activities have been arranged by Director Mirza Ali. I would like to call him here on the stage to express his feelings and ideas, and we are also very thankful to him to arrange this event and celebration of this week. Thank you, sir, and welcome on the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected teachers, Honorable Judge, and the rest of the judges will be joining us very soon. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. At the very outset, I would like to welcome all of you to this function, today's English speech competition. You are all aware that we at the FBISE provide students the opportunity to present their multifaceted talents and to exhibit their performances here. This is the 5th day, and in fact we have been involved in such activities for the whole week. From the first day of this week we started from Kirat competition. The second day witnessed Naat competition, and then it was followed by Mili Nagma, national songs, and then yesterday the whole day was fixed for Urdu speeches, and today is the turn of English speeches. Dear students, this is not just a competition, it is a platform for you people to articulate your ideas and present your thoughts. And of course, with the help of these competitions, you develop certain qualities in your characters. Out of those qualities, two qualities I would like to mention. The first one is the quality of composure. This is a value, how to compose yourself, because it requires a lot of skill, courage and composure to come here and deliver your speech. And then with the help of such activities, whether it be the today's function, the English speeches contest, or for that matter the activities which we performed in the previous 4 days. In all such activities, you develop, the students, they develop the leadership qualities, which is a very important life skill in the list of 21st century skills. So with the help of these orations, declamations and speeches, students develop their leadership qualities, as well as they develop their critical thinking. With the help of critical thinking, you become capable to differentiate between or amongst phenomena. So I would like to welcome Riaz Anjam Sahab. Thank you, sir, for coming. Respected judge has just joined us. And of course, two skills I would particularly mention here, which are targeted by such activities. The first and foremost important skill, which the world has fixed for itself, is the communication skill. You develop your or directly target this first and foremost important skill, the communication skill, and of course this platform, it provides you with the opportunity to target the rest of the skills like creativity and the critical thinking I already mentioned. And then as I always mention here, and while interact with students, that it is basically the participation in such activities which is pivotal, or which is very important and imperative. Winning or losing is not that much important. All of you who are here, they are winners. So I would like you all to clap for yourselves, all the students. Because you volunteered yourselves, and there are other students who are not present. Most probably they didn't have the courage as you exhibited. You presented yourself to come and deliver the speeches. So this is a platform. We are providing this. Your presence and your participation is, in fact, your win. Winning or losing in the context of first, second, and third position, these are two secondary terms. So I would like to welcome you again, and I expect that you would all enjoy the function, and you would not only enjoy your speeches, but you will appreciate your fellow students as well. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir. We proceed with the idea which Director Mirza Ali Sahab has prevailed, that communication skill is one of the most important skill of our lives, and it plays a pivotal role in your life later on. Dear audience, we acknowledge your presence here. We acknowledge your presence here and appreciate your participation, which is ultimately going to lead this function and this event towards success. We are thankful to our honorable judges that they spared their precious time for today's competition. Dr. Somia Imran from Islamic International University, and Dr. Riaz Anjum, Associate Professor, IMCB, Chetan 4. Appreciation is must. Before beginning, I would like Mr. Riaz Anjum to declare the rules and regulations of competitions and address shortly.
Assalamu alaikum, all the participants. You are knowing, most of the parameters of this competition, and the time for each speaker will be 4 to 5 minutes, and there will be a warning bell at 3.5 minutes almost, and you are supposed to wind it up in that time frame, and paper reading is not allowed. The participants must avoid paper reading, and as has already been conveyed, there should be no point or content which is against our moral ethics and religious values that must be avoided. Best of luck all to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Respected judges, thank you once again. So, the topic of speech at SSC level is be the part of the process of change. If you want a good change, so you have to be ready and you have to initiate in the process of change. So let's initiate today's event. Our first speaker is Zara Ahmed.
The path ahead is yet untraced, with twists and turns a thrilling race. For change is not the end we fear, but a doorway to what's bright and clear. Change isn't just a word, it is a spark. It is a catalyst, it is a force that shatters the mundane and sparks new possibilities. It represents the courageous transition from comfort to challenge, where outdated practices fade away and new avenues are created. Every great shift begins with a question. What if? What if we dare to dream bigger, think bolder, and act braver? Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed judges, and my fellow participants, I, Zara Ahmed, stand before you on a forum where ideas are the currency and persuasion is the prize. Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. Esteemed attendees, it is natural to seek comfort in the familiar and to long for perfection in our surroundings. We all envision a world marked by equal opportunities, success, and justice for all. However, being the change means more than dreaming. It requires the courage to stand up for what is right, even in the face of adversity. It demands that we give voice to the voiceless and lead with example in our everyday lives. History is also replete with exemplary figures who have championed the cause of change, but few are as consequential as Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He dismantled entrenched social hierarchies, alleviated poverty, and upheld the sanctity of human rights, ultimately transforming Mecca and Medina into beacons of justice and equity. I would like to quote now where I'd like to say that Frank Herbert always used to say that without change, something sleeps inside of us and seldom awakens. The sleeper now must awaken. Without change, there is no innovation, creativity, or incentive for improvement. We must consider the challenges that we face today. Climate change is an urgent crisis with temperatures rising and natural disasters becoming more frequent. Today, it is vital for us to tackle these challenges as if we have never before and be the part of the process of change. I would like to quote Nelson Mandela when he said that whenever I was negotiating, I noticed that until I changed myself, I could not change others. Before anything else, I would like to also acknowledge the fact that change isn't easy. It is hard to go without things in passive reality when you're looking at that. Isaac Newton redefined our understanding of the universe. Einstein transformed physics. Nelson Mandela fought apartheid. And Martin Luther King Jr. advocated civil rights with resilience and hope. Before anything, dear audience, we have to acknowledge that we must be the part of the process of change. We have noticed the turmoil that our world is in, and we must acknowledge that if we do nothing and sit static, the world will burst in flames. We must take a stand. We must stand up for our voices. We must raise our voices. We must stand against all sorts of climate change. We have to acknowledge all the humanitarian atrocities going on in Gaza. We must learn to realize and understand that we have to take a change, because we are the change, being the new generation. To end, I would like to say, together we can uplift our worlds and we can be together. Change cannot be put on people. The best way to instill change is to do it with them, instill it with them, as a team, as a community, and as a nation. Thank you.
Yes, change is the proximate nature. Let's move forward. I would like to call the next speaker, Sara Noor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. Today I am thrilled to speak on a subject that I am deeply passionate about, and that is be the part of the process of change. Change is the only constant in life. This simple truth has echoed through centuries, yet it continues to challenge us every day. Today I stand before you to encourage each one of us to not just witness change, but to actively participate in it, to be a part of the process of change. Whether it's our personal lives, our communities, or the world at large, change is inevitable. It's made by those who dare to step forward, take action, and shape the change they wish to see. The Holy Quran says, "Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim." Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of those who do not change what is in themselves. Ra'd 13:11. This verse highlights the principle that divine help and blessing comes to those who take the initiative to improve themselves and their circumstances. Muslim history is rich with examples of individuals and communities who embraced change and achieved remarkable success. The most notable and extraordinary example is of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The life of Prophet Muhammad is a prime example of leading and embracing change. In a society riddled with tribalism, idolatry, and social injustice, he brought a transformative message of compassion, monotheism, and equality. Initially, his message was met with hostility and persecution in Mecca. Despite this, he persisted, building a small but dedicated group of followers and built the first state based on equality and justice. Moving further into Muslim history, we can quote numerous examples of accepting change and progress. During the Abbasid Caliphate, the Muslim world embraced change and led it to a golden age of science, art, and culture. Al-Khwarizmi, known as the father of algebra, and his mathematical work revolutionized the field. Ibn Sina's work in medicine and philosophy changed the European thoughts during the Renaissance. It would be unfair to not mention Sir Syed. While many Muslim scholars discouraged British education, he encouraged it and told the Muslims to embrace it, as he thought that it would lead to a social, political, and intellectual progress. Moreover, Pakistan's education system faces many problems that hinders its effectiveness and limits its contribution to the national progress. Problems like outdated curriculum and teaching methods are the most obvious and the most wanted to be addressed. The curriculum in many schools focuses on rote learning instead of critical thinking, creativity. Exams emphasize memorization rather than analytical skills or practical knowledge. The education system overly prioritizes academic achievements and neglects skill-based and vocational training, leaving many youth unemployed. At last, being part of the change doesn't always mean leading massive revolutions or making headlines. It starts with taking small steps, choosing to be kind in a world that often isn't, standing up for justice when silence is easier, and committing to personal growth even when it's uncomfortable. But let's face it, being part of change can be daunting. It requires courage, persistence, and most importantly, belief. Belief in the possibility of a better tomorrow. Believe that your voice, your actions, and your words matter, and they do. Every movement that once changed the world started with one voice, one action, and one dream. So I urge you all, be active participants in shaping the future you wish to see. Be the advocate, the catalyst, and the force that drives progress. Thank you.
we welcome our next judge, Mr. Imranullah, Head of the Department, English, from Army Public School. And let me pronounce the correct name of one of our first judges, Dr. Sonia Iram from International Islamic University, Assistant Professor. I got it as Sonia, sorry. So, the third speaker whom I am going to invite is Ishba Khan.
Yesterday has gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. So let us begin. Let us truly begin to change for the better. Let us break free from the shackles of past. Let us close our eyes to the future and let us open them to the present. Honorable President, respected jury members, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. I, Ishba Khan, feel honored to stand before you to speak on the topic, Be the Part of the Process of Change. Worthy sir, life is not a bed of roses. It is not a walk in the park or a smooth sail. Life is not always easy. It's a struggle, a challenge, a test, and a trial. But it's in these struggles that we discover our greatest opportunities. Opportunities for growth. Now we can either let the thorns of life hold us back, or we can use them as a catalyst for change. As Allah Almighty states in the Quran, Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Verily, Allah does not change the condition of people until they strive to change themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, change is a constant and essential part of our lives. It is the only constant that if you master, you'll master your destiny. It is rightly said by Charles Swindoll, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it, unquote. My dear audience, life is not about the amount of days that you live on this earth, but it's about what you fit into those days that allows you to live a remarkable life. Challenging yourself is the key to achieving endeavors. All it takes is that one drop of courage to break the dam of monotony and complacency. It all starts from within. Nothing will change until you do. Barack Obama said, and I quote, change will not come if we wait for some other people or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for, and we are the change that we seek. Esteemed guests, throughout history, change has been a necessary part of it. From the printing press to the internet, from the light bulb to the solar energy, from the Nokia mobile to the smartphones, it is change that has propelled humanity forward. It is rightly said, embracing change is not just a necessity, but a superpower that can propel you towards success. My dear audience, change is necessary. From rags to riches, let us draw inspiration from some change makers like J.K. Rowling, who rose from a single struggling mother to the best-selling author, Stephen Hawking, who transcended physical disability and became a groundbreaking physicist, and Nelson Mandela, who transformed from a prisoner to a president. My dear audience, John F. Kennedy said, and I quote, change is the law of life. Those who only look to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. As we leave this room today, let us all pledge to change our thoughts, our actions, our behavior, our attitudes, and our national character. Because change is the prerequisite for growth, development, a good lifestyle, peace, and prosperity. Remember that the power to change lies within each one of us. Now, will you seize it or will you let it fade away? Because change whispers to the brave, while status quo howls to the timid. I thank you all for patient listening.
Thank you. The next speaker whom we would like to listen is Namra Fatima.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and my honorable judges and my dear fellows. Today I stand before you with a very powerful message. Be the part of the process of change. This simple phrase carries the essence of progress, hope, and resilience. Change is a word that we hear often, but do we realize that it is not just something we wait for? Change is a thing that we create, each and every one of us. Throughout the history, change is the only thing that starts from the individuals who refused to settle for the status. They saw the world as it was and dreamed of what it could be. These individuals cannot wait for others to act. They took that first step, even if it was small and even if they were alone. These individuals sparked revolution, reshaped societies, and create a cycle of change. They became the part of the change. The question is that, why should we be the part of change? Because our world faces many challenges, many problems, and many hardships, such as inequality, poverty, climate change, and the lack of access of education, which is the most common problem we face. As great Nelson Mandela said once, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Dear audience, these are not just big words. These are the real issues affecting real people. And the best part is that change always never requires any monumental act. It is sometimes as a helping hand, a kind act, or an act of courage. Imagine the world where millions of people living with that mindset. What can I do to make things better? Imagine the power of those people. Each action we take, no matter how short, no matter how long, just ripples outward, influencing others and create a cycle of change. The question is that, how should we become a part of change? By believing that change is possible, by striving for improvement, and by questioning ourselves what we know. Each action we take, no matter how long, just ripples outward and influencing others. Dear audience, change can be uncomfortable, it can be difficult, and it can be different. But the reward is a better world, better community, and a better future. So each of us did not fear change. Instead, we must embrace change. Dear audience, in conclusion, I urge each and every one of you to look around the world and find out the things you want to change. One act of kindness you can extend, and one act of injustice you can confront. As George Bernard Shaw said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So let us be the part of the process of change. Thank you so much.
Namar. Thank you, Namar Fatma. Yes, you're right in a sense. Change is a cycle. It is a constant cycle. We have to embrace this cycle and this process. The next speaker who is going to deliver his speech is Syed Ashir Mehdi Shah. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a worthy opportunity to share my thoughts with you all. Today, I stand before to explore a topic resonates our minds and hearts, which is be the part of the process of change. We experience many occasions when change knocks at our door, seeking our attention. But being human beings, we want to remain clinged to our thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, as Charles Darwin said, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. We all experience change in our lives. Sometimes it's a simple change of seasons, while on the other hand, it can be an unexpected change of weathers. Change is normal. It is inevitable. In fact, it is the only thing we can be sure of. Now, the question is, how to embrace change? Studies reveal that it is not the circumstances or changes that dictate our lives, rather how to handle those changes, or actually disruption. It is based on the strategies, our attitude to cope with these changes. Firstly, we need to realize and visualize that change is the constant companion, and it will be a guide through uncharted territories. It will present opportunities not only for self-growth, but also for self-discovery. C. Joable, a leading female thinker and writer, slightly says, "We can't be afraid of change. You may feel very secure in the pond that you are in, but if you never venture out of it, you will never know that there is such a thing as an ocean or a sea." Being human beings, we experience many occasions when change knocks at our door, seeking our attention. But being human beings, we remain hesitant to such unexpected twist and turn. We want to remain clinged to our comfort zones, believing only in expected, familiar, and predictable. Change is actually the fear of unknown. It's actually a challenge. It's actually a test of our might and mettle, of our potential and of our limits. In fact, change is the fear of the failure and uncertainty about the future. Now, the question arises, do we have any choice? Do we have any alternative? And the options we get are stagnation, complacency, and irrelevance. Resistance to change is actually the resistance to growth, progress, and innovation. The world we live in has never been perfect. Billions of people are living below the poverty line. Millions of children are out of school, and many countries are facing challenges of climate change. Racism, terrorism, and intolerance have made this world a hell. However, after willingness to adopt, willingness to evolve every doubt and insecurity, previously clouding judgments lead to new horizons and new destinations. Each obstacle serves as a catalyst for personal development. Every failure, which was once a deterrent, becomes a valuable teacher, a stepping stone, not an endpoint. And change does not remain an adversary, rather than a ally. I would sum up my discussion with the golden words of Mother Teresa. She says, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast many stones across the waters to create many ripples." At the end, I must say, embrace change, empower yourself, and transform the world. Be the catalyst, be the leader, be the change. I thank you all.
Thank you. I have an important announcement for you. Vehicle number 655 need to be parked again. Vehicle number 655. कार नंबर 655 जिसकी भी है उसको दोबारा से पार्क करना होगा. काइंडली जाके देख लीजिए अपनी गाड़ी. थैंक यू. So the next speaker we have Irfa Arif. Please come on the rostrum and express your ideas.
Stephen R. Covey said, and I quote, "There are three constants in life: change, choice, and principles." Honorable President, dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I would like to share my thoughts on a simple yet profound subject: be the part of process of change. This seemingly simple statement encapsulates a deep truth about the reality of this world. If you do not create change, change will create you. Dear audience, what is change? Change is inevitable. Whether you've planned for it or not, life always has a way of surprising us. So why to hesitate in being the part of process of change? You can't stop it. You can only choose how you'll rise to meet it. And we often tend to resist change. Why so? The answer is simple. Each one of us guards a gate of change that can only be opened from the inside. Therefore, it is we who resist change. Change in thoughts, change in mindset, change in social norms, change in behavior, and what not. Dear audience, if we resist change, which at times gets scary, unpredictable, and unbearable, it means that we have shrunken our souls, succumbed to the odds of life, and we are ultimately out of the race. Because change is the fabric of life. You accept it, you nail it. You reject it, you'll be rejected one day. According to Darwin's theory of origin of species, it is not the most intellectual of the species that survives. It is not even the strongest that survives, but the species that survives is the one which is best in adaptability. Mr. President, we often take history to be our role model, considering its events and their consequences to be of great value. So let me tell you, all great men of history were the part of process of change. Think of Nelson Mandela, whose relentless fight against apartheid brought South Africa from gloom to glow. Or Galileo, the father of science, who challenged the beliefs about the structure of solar system. Or Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the greatest leader of the 20th century, whose non-violent efforts led Pakistan to independence. I ask you, who were all these? Mere people fighting and struggling for bringing about a change? No! They were the catalysts. They were the butterflies whose wings set off powerful storms of transformation. Just like them, we too can shape the course of history by being the part of process of change. What does all of it tell us, you may ask? It tells us that you need to stay, and you need to stay loudly. You are afraid of change, but the truth is that the tiniest change will influence the course of your life, and you cannot control it. While you exist, every movement and every moment matters. So just stay. Change will come even if you're standing still. Stay for the bad choices, stay for the good ones, stay and cause a few hurricanes. Stay and make your choice loudly, whether you want to embrace the journey of transformation or just stand at the shore of a rapidly evolving world. And then if you cease to exist, oh, the world would notice the mess that would be made, the chaos that would unfold, and the hearts that would break. Because your actions, your presence,
And your being part of the process of change matters more than you can even imagine. So don't just sit on the fence watching the world shift. No, dive in and become the pulse of change itself. Only then will this world be reborn in your vision. And dear audience, in a gentle way, you can shake the world. Thank you.
This was Ifra Arif, and now I would like to call Alian Riaz Khan.
Muhammad Usman Khan, that is the name of a teacher at a government school not far from here. And he's like many of the teachers here today. But there is one thing that separates him from the rest, and that is that he wouldn't just decide to teach his own students at his school or his community or even his city, but the entire nation. And so, 2 months ago, as I would sit down to research for the speech, that man would occupy the top of my list for what to feature. And then I would also come across a quote that would then make me rethink my entire view on not just this topic, but also the character of that man. The quote is that many people wish to see the world change, few wish to change it themselves. Mr. Usman is indeed a part of that view. He's not like the rest, lazy, unambitious, inactive, procrastinating. He looked around at his society in despair, corrupted, polluted, illiterate, and he decided that he would take matters into his own hands, standing up for what he believed in, for our environment, for our education, and for our rights. And in doing so, through his strength and determination, he would become that beacon, that light that shines the world. And he would build a following of not just thousands, but of tens of thousands of people. He would also make me realize of how personal change is, of the fact that even if it may be seen as something that happens to us, we can shape it, we can influence it. It begins with us. As David Hawkins would say, we change the world not by what we say or by what we do, but by what we have become. And so, to change the world, one must start by changing himself. Much like that teacher, he must change his habits, his actions, his attitudes, his personality, his character, his thoughts. And he must transform himself so that he may be the example for the very change he hopes to see. As Rumi said, yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I want to change myself. And many greats, ranging from Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, to our own Qaid-e-Azam, and even the greatest catalyst of change, our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, all the way down to that very teacher. Each of these figures are evidence. All of these flags, they are evidence that change is no spectator sport, nor is it a passive process. It demands action. It demands sacrifice. It demands seizing the initiative. It demands embarking on that solitary quest for change. It demands that you become that catalyst. It demands that you become that spark of a revolution. It demands that you become that ripple that turns into a wave. As John Quincy Adams would quote, if your actions inspire others to do more, dream more, and become more, then you are a leader. And so, of course, there will always be those who are apprehensive to change. History is evident that change is always resisted, no matter how just and noble it may be. But if we are ever to progress and to free ourselves of those systems, those customs, those traditions, those shackles, then we must learn to move forward with unwavering resolve and complete faith. As it is made clear to us in the Quran, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Indeed, Allah does not change the conditions of those people who are unwilling to change their conditions from within. And so, I say to you that you are a piece of the puzzle, that you do have a role, a place, a duty to yourself, to your nation in bringing change. And as Iqbal said, the destiny of a nation rests within the hands of the individuals. Every individual is the star of a nation's identity. And I leave you with a few questions. Why aren't you like that teacher? Why aren't you a part of the process of change? Why aren't you putting down that phone? Why aren't you deciding to do what needs to be done? What will you have done in 30 years? What is the purpose of your life? And will you choose to be a part of that many who are merely but observers to change, or that few who are pioneers of it? The choice is yours. Thank you very much.
Yes, what needs to be done? Nothing needs to be done. Change is definite even if you are standing still. The next participant, let me announce the name. Mariam Mubashir. I would like to call her over the podium. Mariam Mubashir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh my God, Lord of the universe, oh my creator, give me the wings to fly, give me the adaptability to change. Continuity gives us roots. Change gives us branches, letting us stretch, letting us grow, letting us reach new heights. Mr. President and my dear audience, let's not just sit and wait for a prophet to come and preach us, or wait for a magician to come and play. Let's be the part of the process of the change. Let's be the part of the process of the change. I strongly advocate the notion. Nothing in the world, my dear audience, is constant and permanent. The only thing which is constant, which is permanent, which will never vanish, is change. Change is a natural phenomenon. If you accept, you will survive. If you denied, you will be vanished. Ibn Umar reported Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying, only those whose 2 days are equal is a loser. Change does not mean being rebellious. I repeat, my dear audience, change does not mean being rebellious. Allah says to be well equipped to deal with the changing times. Our religion, or any religion in the world, accepts change. Changing the society of slaves into a welfare state, changing illiterate ones into literate ones, changing men from burying girls to men who respect women, changing inequality into equality. William Pollard said, and I quote, "Without change, there is no innovation, no creativity, no incentive for improvement. Those who initiate the change will have better opportunities to grow." My dear audience, you all have heard about eagle. Eagle, the symbol of pride. Eagle, the symbol of inspiration. Eagle, the symbol of height. But all this fades, dies, gone if eagle will not go for the painful process of rebirth. If eagle will not go for the painful process of change. The question of survival, the reason of existence, Mr. President, becomes the acceptance of the process of the change. History reflects only those states are developing who are moving with the pace of changing times, modifying themselves, who are accepting the continuous change. For example, China, South Korea, Japan, and so on. You can go with the list. On the other hand, Russia, who refused to accept the modern trends, was broken down into 7 parts despite of heavy weapons. Change is renewal, a journey to grow, an honest path where wisdom will flow. It moves in the tune with a heart steady beat, bringing new lessons, making life sweet. If men of today would not have been the part of the change, imagine us, my dear audience, moving with leaves, living in caves, no connection, no globalization, no progression, no internet, my dear audience. And and this all makes me cry. But now the men of today, exploring the universe, living in the sky-rise wonders of the world, traveling in oceans and space, connected by Wi-Fi. This is the power of change, my dear audience. This, Mr. President, shows that success without change is just a dream. Embrace it with courage. Let dreams take their place, for change shape your strength, setting your pace. It's not about clinging to what's left behind, but growing in spirit, body, and mind. Life itself is a journey, always in motion. To only resist what holds you back, acceptance, my dear audience, it moves you forward. So let's join the great dance. Don't flutter or stall. Change is the heartbeat, the essence of all. Let's move on. Let's grow together. Let's be the part of the process of the change. Thank you.
Let's be the part of the process of change. Let me announce the next speaker, Maviz Hafiz Man. Is he in the auditorium? Maviz Hafiz Man. Welcome.
Be the river that flows, yet never the same. Changing course, yet constant in its aim. To reach the ocean of potentiality and to merge with the sea of infinity. Honorable judges and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I invite you to embark on a journey that requires courage, resilience, and determination. A journey that demands you to be the architect of your own transformation. A journey that beckons you to be the part of the process of change. Well, you see, change is not something that happens to us. It is something that happens through us. And we, ladies and gentlemen, we are not merry bystanders. We are the co-creators. We can either resist the tides of change or ride the waves of transformation. I must say that we must cultivate a mindset of possibilities, because change often starts with a vision, a belief that things can be better, it can be different. This vision drives our action and fuels our determination. For instance, consider 2 pioneers who envisioned a world free of inequality. Their dreams became the foundation for social movement that reshaped their society. A wise man once said, and I quote, "A call to rise from slumber, to awaken and to repair. The world, a canvas waiting, with colors yet untied, invites the hand of dreamer to paint its turning side." Think of change as a canvas. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, think of change as a canvas waiting for the brushstroke of your imagination. Think of change as a symphony awaiting the melody of your courage. Think of change as the river flowing through the landscape of your life, carving new paths and shaping new horizon. But, to be the part of this process, you must first confront the status quo. You must challenge the narratives that have held you back, and you must question the assumptions that have limited your potential. Ask yourself, what are the chains that bind me? What are the fears that hold me back? And what are the doubts exactly that whisper, you cannot? And then, only then, dare to answer, I can. I will, and I must. For change is not a destination, it is a journey. And a journey begins within. It begins with willingness to let go and to surrender. So rise up. What is the transformation you desire to embody? Ladies and gentlemen, don't wait for the world to change. Change the world. Don't wait for others to transform. Transform yourself. You are the catalyst. You are the spark. And you are the flame that ignites the fire of change. In the words of Mandela, the greatest glory in living lies not in never failing, but rising every time after we fall. And in the words of your own heart, I am the change, I am the transformation, and I am the part of the process. Ladies and gentlemen, so rise up, take the first step, embark on the journey, and be the part of the process of change. Thank you.
It was another energetic speech. Let me call the name of the next speaker, Manal Munir. Welcome.
Starting with the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum everyone, and a very good morning to all of you. The audience, the concept of change is not just an external phenomenon, but rather a deeply personal journey. And the Quran, it offers you timeless guidance on how to engage with and contribute to this process of part effectively. As in the Quran, Allah has stated, وَلَسَوْفَ يُؤْتِيكَ رَبُّكَ فَتَرْضَىٰ, and indeed will give you the change for the better after the time of hardships. Mrs. President, we all stand at a crossroad, gazing upon a world so tortured, fragmented, and on fire. And I look around myself to see the miseries, the ravages of war, the cancer of division, and the poison of inequality spreading and threatening to kill us all, one by one. And I have seen the devastating effects of conflict, erasure of identities, the silencing of voices, the loss of lives from the wars that we as humans should have never begun. And among this turmoil, I find myself questioning my own existence, that how can I, as a girl, as a human being, living between nowhere, change and fix this torn and troubled world? But what if I say that I have an answer? Only one word: change. Change the way I face turmoil. I have realized that the power to create change does not only lie in the hands of the one on the throne, but rather in ordinary people like you and me. And sometimes the things that we're so familiar with and can do even with our eyes closed are rather not so comfortable. Yet we cling to them because of how used to it we are. We stay in that toxic environment despite knowing that it is toxic and is harming you. We stay there hoping that someone would come and change this world for you. But don't you know, my audience, that change starts from within. Change starts from what's in you and what's in me. And the first step is becoming a part of this process of change. As Mr. Zig Ziglar has said, and I quote, that you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start somewhere to be something great. And let me tell you about this dream of mine, where I dreamt and I saw a world where every soul yearns for justice, where every individual is a force of change, where every single one of us, whether rich or poor, a girl or a boy, Chinese or American, break the chains of oppression and announces highly and proclaims loudly that I am free, that I have changed. But when I woke up to the echoes of missiles being dropped on Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria, one after another, when I woke up to the desperate cries of hunger of the men, women, and children of Congo, my heart, it cried that it woke up to the is oppressed. A reality where my expectations, they shattered. But let the audience know, for it is true that the feeling of love can conquer hate, and change, it can put the whole empire directly from the ruins. But a question arose in my mind: where does this change come from? How do I change? The answer, it lies in what's in here, and what's in here. Change is a journey of self-growth, self-evolution, and self-discovery. It is a journey in which you make, break, and repair yourself again and again. But a warning, that this journey of change isn't an easy one. In fact, it is quite similar to a roller coaster ride with many ups and downs, in which one day you'll be feeling better than a butterfly that will get out of its cocoon and spread its wing high in the sky to set a flight of its own, and the other day you'll be feeling worse than a beggar begging in your streets. Change is hard, but change is growth. Therefore, I question you. Wasn't it your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, and you yourself who stood beside Zainab's family and become a force of change in the streets of Kasur? I question you. Wasn't a single man named Jeff Bezos who confronted his fears and gave them a push down the cliff, converting his weakness into his only single power and strength? Therefore, I ask you, wasn't a mere human being, a single man who became a force of change by simply doing the first step, becoming a part of the process of change? Before going, I say to all of you, be the spark that ignites the flame of change, be the part of a process that brings lights to darkness. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Manal. You raised many emotional points very emotionally. The next speaker whom I want to call on the rostrum is Zainab Iftikhar. Welcome.
नहमदु व नुसल्ली अला रसूलिहिल करीम अम्मा बाद आऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम. Fear not the path that twists and bends, for change is where the journey mends. Each step you take, though steep and strange, is part of life's unending change. So fly with wings both bold and free, for in the winds you will find the key. Honorable President, respected jury members, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. I, Zainab Iftikhar, take pride to stand before you today to share my thoughts on the topic, be a part of the process of change. Ladies and gentlemen, what is change? It is to me a law of life. It is something that is all around us, and whether we realize it or not, we are all capable of shaping the changes that unfold. But Mr. President, people ask, why do we need a change? Well, I say, why don't we need a change? We live in a world where injustice overpowers justice, where inequality silences voices based on the color of their skin, while discrimination casts shadows over communities, and climate change looms like a dark storm. But, dear fellows, let's not forget that we also live in a world which abounds with countless examples of positive changes brought to life. From the Indian independence movement to the civil rights movement, from the Black Lives Matter movement to the environmental movement. These are just a few examples. Dear audience and Mr. President, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran in Surah Rad, Inna Allaha la yughayyiru ma biqawmi hatta يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of people until they change what is in themselves. So, dear fellows, being a part of the process of change requires not just passion, but a powerful strategy, resilience, and courage. It demands that we step out of our comfort zones and strive for transformation, whether by participating in peaceful protest or by challenging our own privileges and biases. As Nathaniel Brandon once said, the first step towards change is awareness. The second step is acceptance. So, dear fellows, once you have your empathy and knowledge, it is time for action. Because change does not come from sitting on the sidelines. It demands your active participation. For instance, dear audience, can you imagine what the world would have been like if 1400 years ago Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or if a century ago Muslim leaders like Qaid and Iqbal had not strived for a revolutionary change? As you can see, all great changes are a byproduct of bravery and proactiveness. So, what do you prefer? Being a bystander or being a part of the process of change? The choice is yours. As I conclude, I want to urge you all to keep your hope alive, because as students, we have the power to make a difference, one small action at a time. I will end up my speech with a quote of Gandhi. He said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." Thank you so much to all of you for your patient listening.
I wish we all could be brave enough to bring some change in our lives, because fortunes always favor the brave. The next speaker is Mariam Khan.
Honorable Chief Guest, worthy judges, respected principals, beloved teachers, and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. In the Holy Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves." Today, I'm going to express my thoughts on the given topic, that is being a part of the process of change. Worthy audience, we all dream of a better world with fairness, justice, and opportunity, but remember, change doesn't come to us. We make it happen. This highlights the change begin with us. If we want a better future, we must take this first step. The things you desire today may change tomorrow. The things you never want before, you may need them now. We change to suit our needs, out of necessity that gives no choice. For change is the essence of life. As we continue to embrace it, everything in life goes through the process of change to keep pace with time with the changes it brings. Yes, dear audience, change requires constant efforts. Was Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah said, "With faith, discipline, and selfless devotion to duty, there is nothing worthwhile that you can't achieve." Jinnah didn't wait for others. He actively worked for the Pakistan's freedom. His determination teaches us that real change requires commitment and action. Throughout Islamic history, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, exemplified the importance of being the change. One powerful example is how he transformed the hearts of the people of Makkah despite years of opposition, of hardship, when Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, returned. During the conquest of Makkah,
he forgave all that wronged him. This act of patience and consistent effort brought a lasting change in humanity. This changed the lives of the people of Makkah, Medina, and the entire Arab state. Yes, dear audience, yes, change is not easy. It takes time, passion, effort, and commitment, such as influential personalities like Nelson Mandela, Abdul Sattar Idi, and Arfa Karim, who have significantly contributed to change through their relentless efforts. Nelson Mandela's struggle against apartheid in South Africa showcased resilience. After 27 years in prison, he emerged to lead the nation towards reconciliation and equality. Additionally, Abdul Sattar Idi dedicated his whole life to humanitarian work, establishing a vast network of social services in Pakistan that transformed countless lives through compassion and selflessness. Similarly, Arfa Karim inspired the young generation to pursue their dreams in technology. So, dear audience, you can't be the next Nelson Mandela, you can't be the next Arfa Karim, you can't be the next Abdul Sattar Idi if you want to be a part of the process of change. Lastly, I would like to say that don't wait for others. Start making a difference today. Together, as a nation, we can build a better tomorrow. When change comes, new beginnings and fresh starts. Don't need midnight to prevail. Our vineyard shift blossoms when you decide to excel. Thanks. Thank you. Now Arham Bahu will come to deliver his speech. Arham Bahu.
Starting in the name of Allah, who taught the use of pen, taught the man which he knew not. Honorable President, highly esteemed guest, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. I, Arham Bahu, stand before you to deliver a speech on the topic, Be the part of the process of change. Or to comprehend it, in much easier words we are all familiar with, it is to deal with the change itself and be the part of the change. But what does this sentence mean? What does be the part of the change mean? It means instead of lecturing others to change, instead of struggling to alter the world, instead of waiting for someone to change, you change yourself and bring about the change you desire by your own actions. Of course, it is much easier said than done. To change is never that simple. It has unpredictable obstacles thrown everywhere on its path. Thus, it requires full concentrated participation, painful sacrifice, and dedication to achieve what you wish for. It is human nature that a person would rather live a life full of ease and comfort rather than a life where he has to struggle. This might explain the reason why people go out and try to change others, not themselves. Because after living a life full of daily routine, they do not want to change. This can be taken as the first challenge on this path, the first and foremost step in this process. It is to deal with the change itself, to accept it and the circumstances which are going to be brought by it. Get ready to mold yourself into a new person. Otherwise, the dream to revolutionize yourself will always be a dream. Second challenge is to put the plans into action. One participates, mentally and physically begins to volunteer into the whole process.
and here's where change appears. But bring more challenges, more discomforts, more hard tasks along with it. At this point, giving up means losing everything. As consistency is the most important thing if you want change, permanent change. And those who give up may never reach their destiny. Remember all those people around the world who did reach their destiny, who did change the world. How did they do it? Did they change themselves? Yes, they did. They did change themselves. They changed their thoughts, they changed their actions, and they changed the world. They didn't give up. They kept on actively striving for the change they wanted to see, and they did. Mr. President, let me carve my future with my own creative hands. Let me write my tomorrow. Let me sculpture the world in which I yearn to grow up. Thank you so much.
Dear audience, now we are going to provide this platform to Miss Sidra to deliver her speech. Miss Sidra. Welcome.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to speak on a topic that resonates deeply with the soul. Be a part of the process of change. This is not just a call to action, it is an invitation to be a part of something greater, something transformative. Every dawn that breaks, every season that shifts, every river that flows, every tree that grows reminds us that nothing is static. To resist change is to resist the very rhythm of existence. Change is the whisper of springs after winter chills. It is the dream that lives in the strength of wills. Ladies and gentlemen, we often dream of a better world, a world where peace flourish, justice prevail, and opportunities abound for all. But dreams alone are not enough. For dreams we hold so dearly, we must rise, we must act, we must step forward. But we can't stand as a mere spectator watching world move. Instead, we must be the hand that helps to shape it, the heart that beats for the cause of something greater than ourselves. Be the wind that stirs the silent seas. Be the wind that stirs the silent seas. Be the lights that awaken the sleeping trees. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where each of us embraces the courage to make a difference, where our small efforts become a ripple, joining others to create a wave. Change is not an easy route. It is often paved with challenges and doubt, but every step we take brings us closer to the brighter future. Mr. President, change is an adaptation. Science has shown that adaptation is the key to survival. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution teaches that species survive by adapting to change in their environment. Those that resist change face extinction. This truth does not just apply to biology, it applies to all facts of life. Economies, technologies, societies, even individual skills must evolve that to stay relevant and effective. So, if change is a natural and necessary part of life, then embracing it and actively being a part of it to become essential. In a world of accelerating innovation, standing still is far behind. Mr. President, consider technology. The pace of technological advancement is unprecedented. Artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, renewable energy resources. Rethink how to live, work, and interact. These developments require us to adapt constantly by learning new skills and by rethinking the old system. By being a part of this process, by learning, contributing, and innovating, we empower ourselves to stay competitive, relevant, resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, in a corporate world, change is not less important. Organizations that adapt thrive while those that resist often fail. Companies like Kodak and Blockbuster, once dominating their industries but lost relevance when they resisted technological shift. Conversely, firms that embracing change like Amazon and Google's transform entire factor. The process of change is not easy. It's tough. It is the road that rocky and rough. But every step, every mile we go, shape the world. Let's potential show. So, today I urge each of you, don't just observe change. Please participate. Please contribute. Please innovate. Be a part of the process of change, because by doing so, we are not inspire others to take a charge of their life, but also seek improvement for the work of better future. Thank you.
Let's move with the idea that adaptation is the key to survival. Our next speaker who is going to join us is Awais Khan.
नहमदहू व नुसल्ली अला रसूलिहिल करीम अम्मा बाद फ़ौज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. I am Muhammad Awais Khan from class 9. Today I stand before you to speak on a theme that resonates deeply with the soul. Be a part of the process of change. This is not just a call to action. It is an invitation to be a part of something greater, something transformative. Change at the heartbeat of life. Every dawn that breaks, every season that changes, every river that flows, every tree that grows reminds us that nothing is static. To resist change is to resist the very rhythm of existence. Change is the whisper of spring after winter still. It's the dream that lives the strength of will. Ladies and gentlemen, we often dream of a better world. A world where peace flourishes, justice prevails, and opportunities abound for all. But dreams alone are not enough. For the dreams we hold so dearly, we must rise, we must act, we must step forward. We cannot stand as mere spectators watching a world move. Instead, we must be the hand that helps to shape it, the hearts that beat for a cause greater than ourselves. Be the wind that stirs the silent seas. Be the wind that stirs the silent seas. Be the light that awakens sleeping trees. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where each of us embraces the courage to make a difference, where every small effort becomes a ripple, joining others to create a wave. Change is not an easy road. It is often paved with challenges and doubts, but every step we take brings us closer to a brighter future, where our efforts blend to form a masterpiece of hope. Do not wait for a distant star to guide. Do not wait for a distant star to guide, for you are the light, you are the tide. Science has shown that adaptation is the key to survival. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution teaches that species survive by adapting to changes in their environment. Those that resist change face extinction. This truth does not just apply to biology, it applies to all facts of life. But, Mr. President, in a world of accelerating innovation, standing still is falling behind. Ladies and gentlemen, studies show that people who embrace change build stronger neural connections, increasing cognitive flexibilities and problem-solving abilities. When we choose to be part of change, we are not only improving the world around us, but strengthening our minds and spirits. Be a part of the process of change. Because by doing so, we not only to inspire others to take charge of their lives, but also seek improvement to work for a better future. Let's be the hand that build, the mind that dream. Turn vision into reality, make them clean. No more waiting, no more delay. We are the future. We are paving the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Awais. Now, I would call the name of other speaker, Muhammad Mustafa Khan. Please come on the dais. Muhammad Mustafa Khan.
One heart can stir the sleeping crowd. Stand firm, speak truth, stand tall and proud. A whisper turns into a roar, and one step can open countless doors. For every change the world has seen was born in one who dared to dream. So do not doubt what you can do. The power to change begins with you. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Honorable Chief Guest, respected teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to speak about a powerful idea. Be the part of the process of change. Change is not a distant dream. It is a daily decision, a deliberate determination to make a difference. It begins with the individuals empowered to act, individuals empowered to inspire, and individuals ready to ignite the change. My dear audience, imagine a world where injustice is met with unwavering courage. Imagine a world where every voice, no matter how small, can echo in the halls of history. Imagine a world where each of us takes a stand against oppression and for equality. That world is possible, but it starts with one courageous step from each of us. Learned judges, imagine a man standing alone on the small hill of Safa, overlooking the bustling city of Makkah. In that moment, one man stood against centuries of superstition, against centuries of idolatry, and against centuries of injustice. He had no wealth, no warriors, only the truth of his message. Mr. President, imagine a man standing alone on the plains of Karbala, surrounded by the vast deserts and the forces of tyranny. Imam Hussain, Raziyallahu Ta'ala anhu, stood against injustice, he stood against oppression, and he stood against tyranny. When the world turned a blind eye, he stood firm. When compromise seemed easier, he stood unshaken. When the powerful demanded submission, he stood tall. He had no legions at his sides, no witches in his hands, just the power of his truth, the strength of his conviction, and the courage to endure ordeals of change. Imagine, Mr. President, there's a man standing alone, faced with a divided nation, complex politics, and the overwhelming forces of colonial rule. Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Through relentless negotiation, strategic brilliance, and unbreakable resolve, Jinnah forged a new nation, Pakistan, transforming the destiny of an entire nation. Imagine, Mr. President, a man behind the bars for 27 years, standing steadfast against systematic apartheid. Nelson Mandela, with no army or assets, stood for justice, freedom, and equality. Once Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Be the change you want to see in the world." As we are standing at the crossroads of our own lives, I am reminded of Robert Frost's timeless words from The Road Not Taken. The choice is ours. Will we follow the well-worn path of complacency, or will we take the bold, let's travel road of courage and conviction. My dear audience, be the part of the process of change. Stand up when others stay seated. Speak out when others stay silent. Step forward when others hold back. And stand strong. Stand strong in the face of injustice so that after years you also get to say with a sigh, two roads diverge in a wood and lie. I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference, and that has made all the difference. Thank you so much.
Beautifully said. It is not a distant dream. Change is a daily decision. Let me announce the next name, Mr. Ghaniur Rahman. Please come here and deliver your speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I begin in the name of Allah Almighty, the merciful, the compassionate. Today, let's talk about something powerful, something that each of us has within our grasp, yet so often overlooks. That is the power to be a part of process of change. Not just a change, but a kind that transforms lives, uplifts communities, and brings us closer to the world we envision. Mr. President, change is a constant companion on the road of life, guiding us through uncharted territories and presenting opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Throughout our lives, we encounter numerous instances where change knocks on our doors, demanding our attention. Because change does not happen in a vacuum, it requires active participation. Allah Almighty reminds us in Holy Quran, indeed Allah will not change the condition of the people. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of the people until they change what is in themselves. If you want to see change in the world, it must begin with our hearts and minds. George Bernard Shaw puts rightly, those who cannot change their minds, those who cannot change their thoughts, those who cannot change their ideas, they can change nothing. The epitome of our ancestors is lingering in front of us for gaining independence from British and Hindus in the subcontinent. They changed their minds and compelled others to join them. Resultingly, the success put itself in their footsteps. Mr. President, change is not something we wait for. It's something we create. Let's twinkle light in the civil rights movement in the United States of America. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. addressed people and made speech. After that, from peaceful protests to grassroots organization, individuals came together and pushed for equality and justice. They didn't wait for change to happen. They became the agents of that change. Revolution is waiting for us. Revolution is waiting for us, but we have to plunge into it, to move with it, and join the dance. In our busy lives, it's easy to say, it's easy to think that our small efforts do not matter. But let's not forget the wisdom of our Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who said, the most beloved deeds to Allah Almighty are those which are consistent even if they are small. The beauty of small and consistent actions we take in the pursuit of good is measured by ease and reward. In our busy lives, in our busy lives, it's easy to say, it's easy to think that our small efforts do not matter. But Allah Almighty promises us in the Holy Quran, indeed, with each hardship there is an ease. All the challenges we face in the pursuit of good is measured by ease and reward. Once Nelson Mandela said that it always seems impossible. It always seems impossible until it is done. But how it would be done? There are a few ways for it. Firstly, educate yourselves, because education is the most powerful weapon through which we can change the world. Secondly, do not be afraid of failure, because success is not final and failure is not fatal. It is the most valuable teacher on the road of life. Thirdly, be a part of process of change, because teamwork divide the works but multiply the success. The audience, take the word of Margaret Mead to your hearts. Never doubt that a small group of committed and thoughtful citizens can change the world. And indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. The audience, if you want to see change this ceremony, if you want to see change your classes, if you want to see change your institutions, if you want to see change your cities, if you want to see change your provinces, if you want to see change your countries, if you want to see change the world, it must begin with your minds. You must change yourself first. You must participate in this process of change first. Let's not wait for change to happen. Let's be the change we wish to see in the world. Together we can create a future we can all proud of. Thank you. Long live Pakistan.
Now, Daim Ali is invited on the dais to express his ideas. Daim Ali.
In every heart beats a drum of hope, a call to action, a chance to cope. With our courage ignited, let's break down the walls, for together in change we can answer the calls. Honorable Mr. President, worthy judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today I'm going to share my humble thoughts on the topic, be the part of process of change. Mr. President, an enchanting scene is mesmerizing my soul. Lush green carpets of grass are lying under my feet. Birds are chirping among the bushes, and the nightingale of Keed is pouring its soul. Colorful flowers are tossing their heads in sprightly dance like the daffodils of Wordsworth. Peace, quiet, calm, bliss, cheer, joy, and merriment ruling everywhere. But what happened? Where is the scene? Heaps of garbage surrounded me. Smelly environment worms are creeping in the soil. I, you, we, yes, each one of us has played the role. Mr. President, several times and probably countless occasions, we either heard or told to step up. To step up simply means to be better, to be the part of process of change. Worthy judges, this is the Amelie from a school education system, welcoming to bring the change, a change that each and every one of us need, a change that is probably one key ingredient so we can have a joyful life. Respected sir, being the part of process of change means stepping up. Stepping up means leaving our weak performances behind. It means reconfiguring ourselves so that we can catch up with the demand of time. It means leaving a comfortable environment to navigate a new way to be the part of process of change. Mr. President, if we really look into our surroundings and find a change, is this a change to snatch a purse or mobile? Is this a change to steal, to corrupt, to murder, to pollute, to harm? A big no is mocking at us. How can we change the world? Change the way that things are? What have we done so far? Are we asking for kindness? Are we leaning together? Do we care about others? Do we try to understand? Can we unite the globe, every place, every land to cherish our earth? So what are we doing? Can we craft a better future for the coming generations? Yes, Mr. President, yes, we could certainly try to change the world. For that, we must change our thought. To change a thought, we need a new vision. To create a new vision, all we need to do is imagine. Imagine a world of abundance. Imagine a world of calmness. Imagine a world of love. Imagine a world of fulfilled. Imagine a world full of change. For that, be the part of process of change. Engage your heart and open your mind. The world needs your light, your creativity, and your courage. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. This isn't just a call to action. It is an invitation to lead. As I leave you today, remember this. Change is not a destination. It is a journey. Each and every one of us has a role to play, a story to tell, and a legacy to create. My dear fellows, together, let's embrace the process and step up with strong determination and build a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Our next speaker who is going to join us is Abdullah Iqbal. Welcome, Abdullah.
Honorable judges, Assalamu alaikum. Today I, Abdullah Iqbal from Al Huda International School, stand before you all to draw your attention towards the importance of personal responsibility and proactive actions in bringing about a positive change, not only at personal but at global level as well. Someone wise has said, and I quote, "Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I am changing myself." Audience, if circumstances around us are bothersome and a source of frustration, then it is completely against human intellect to just sit and wait for a miracle to happen. Carol Burnett once said, and I quote, "Only I can change my life. No one can do it for me." Audience, we cannot change our past, but we can shape our future. We cannot change the inevitable, but we can start to be the change that we want to see. Mother Teresa once said, and I quote, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across waters to create ripples." Let's take a look at the lives of the greatest leaders of history, like Nelson Mandela, Quaid-e-Azam, and Martin Luther King. They are the ones who brought revolution. Did they achieve this by merely sitting with one hand over the other? No, certainly no. They changed from within at an initial level and inspired others to be a part of the change. This ripple effect is the key principle to shaping societies for a better future. Albert Einstein once said, and I quote, "The world as we have created is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking." I would like to conclude by saying that be brave, be innovative, and most importantly, be courageous. Let's take ownership of our roles as change makers. Socrates once said, and I quote, "The stretch of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Each one of us holds immense power to bring about differences. Let's harness that power, lead by example, and start to be the change that we want to see. Thank you.
Now we welcome our next speaker, Amina Rizwan.
Change, a wind that gently blows, bringing transformation as it grows. A season shift, a leaf's release, a new beginning, a chance to seize. This stanza reminds me that change is a continuous process of evolution and transformation. It is not a destination, but a journey towards a better tomorrow. Just like a caterpillar, it slowly emerges from an insect into a beautiful butterfly. The emphasis is to enjoy the process, embrace the discomfort, and achieve the growth. Change is inevitable, but necessary. It requires us to modify the concept of I, me, and myself to we, our, and our community. It sneaks up on us, challenges us, and sometimes makes us completely reevaluate where we're heading. Just like when our phone updates, we feel like we stepped into another universe and everything is a mess. But the important thing is to stay open, stay curious, and stay involved in order to make a shift. It aligns with the thoughts of James Baldwin, who once said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." Our world has undergone revolutionary changes. Just think about the transition from working in office to working from home during the pandemic. At first it felt chaotic, but eventually we adapted. Change brings some threats, and the fear of safety, identity, freedom, status, and setback.
but the biggest enemy of change is comfort zone. Here I'd like to quote John Ashraf, who once said, "Comfort zones are cozy, but dreams don't come true in your sleep. You have to get out there and make it happen." Even though stepping out of it might feel intimidating at first, but through embracing change, we can discover new skills, strengths, and opportunities. The greatest example of this is Greta Thunberg. She sensed the issues related to climate change at the age of 9. She didn't let fear get to her, nor did she wait for anyone to come and support her. She protested and sought the help of political leaders in order to fight a common issue. This signifies that the role of individuals in the process of change is fundamental for transformation. It connects me with the words of Mahatma Gandhi, who once said, "Be the change that you wish to see in the world." Consider the civil rights movement throughout history. Ordinary individuals took small, brave steps that led to monumental shifts in history. Here I'd like to quote Maya Angelou, who once said, "If you don't like something, change it. If you cannot change it, change your attitude. Because attitude is altitude. It is what molds our being and our doing." The Quran teaches us that change is a part of Allah's divine plan. Biology sees it as inherent to life. Mathematics defines it as one thing following another, while social sciences grapple it as unpredictable and challenging. Change doesn't knock on your door, it happens, and you have to prepare ourselves to embrace it. Just imagine when your education is completed, a whole heap of responsibilities and expectations welcome you, and you find yourself stuck in a mess wondering, why are the jobs so unapproachable and why are things so expensive? Resistance to change is normal, but participation is empowering. But remember when people existed smartphones? But now it's hard to imagine a life without them. The real change happens in the small moments, by taking small steps in our daily routines, like helping a friend, recycling a bottle, or speaking against unfairness. These are simple actions, but they can spark positive change in the world. Mandela's legacy as a global icon is a testament to his belief that even the harshest systems can be transformed. He once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." It is imperative for us to adapt, evolve, and grow together. And if things get too overwhelming, just remember, change is like a bad haircut. It'll grow on you eventually. So please, be a part of the process of change every time. I'd like to end my speech with the verses of a poem. The winds of change, they blow so strong, they push us forward, they move us along. And though we may stumble, resist and fight, they guide us through the darkest night. We fear the unknown, we cling to the past, but change is a journey that's built to last. And though today is unsure and tomorrow is unseen, in the dance of change, we find our dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we provide this platform to Ashmal Kaisar to express ideas. Ashmal Kaisar.
Assalamu alaikum. The night is dark and full of terrors, but it is the darkest just before the dawn. When the dark curtains of the night are rising, first glimpse of the daylight is born, and it rises so to my thoughts and challenges my existence, my being, my intellect, my perseverance, and it challenges me to be the part of the change. What is change? I asked myself. Change is awareness of lacking. Change is setting the vision. Change is implementation. Change is commitment. Change is constant and continuous contemplation. Today, my Honorable President and my dear audience, I, Ashmal Kaisar, ask you to not just witness change, but to be the change. We live in a world where we wait for someone else to act, to lead, to spark the moment that will alter the course of history. But let me ask you, why not you? Think about this for a moment. Every momentary, every victory over oppression did not begin with crowd, but with one person. Jinnah did not simply dream of Pakistan. He fought for it through his tireless struggle, through impossible odds, and through the storm of resistance. Malala just did not wish for girls' education. She stood in the line of fire, calmly with her courage and her voice echoed across the globe. These are people like you and me. But why do we shy away from change? Why do we fear change? Perhaps it's because change is uncomfortable, it's uncertain, and it's unfamiliar. But if we don't step forward, if we don't become a part of the process of change, we condemn ourselves to the stagnant futures, trapped in the very problems. We complain about it, so dare to move, dare to speak. Yet, let me be honest, Change is not a straight path. It is messy, it is chaotic and often heartbreaking. Ask Rose Parks what it felt like when she refused to stand in that path. She was not just breaking a rule, she was defying an entire system. Ask Nelson Mandela how many years he spent in a prison cell, wondering if his vision for a free South Africa would even come true. The world will tell you no. The world will resist you. And sometimes the world will beat you down so hard that you may want to give up. We all have been there at the edge of disappearing, asking ourselves, is it worth it? Can it really make a difference? But there is a secret the world doesn't tell you. The darkest hour always comes before the dawn. Just when you feel like you can't go on, that's when your true strength appears. That's when, like a flame in night. Change does not happen overnight, nor does come without sacrifice. Look at those who have come before us. Abdul Sattar Eidi, he did not build his legacy in a day. He built it with every hand he had, with every heart he touched. His change did not come from grand gestures, but from small, relentless pursuit, meaningful act of kindness. If he could create a revolution of compassion, then why can't we? I ask you today, are you willing to be that spark? Are you willing to push through the doubt, the obstacles, the fear? Are you ready to be the part of something greater than yourself? The world is waiting. The future is waiting. And the power to change, it resists to your hands. Because if not you, then who? If not now, then when? Change does not happen overnight, nor does come without sacrifice. I repeat, it does not come without sacrifice. But remember, every ripple begins with a drop. You can't be that drop. You can't be the hand that reaches out, the voice that speaks, and the force that shapes a better future. In the words of Iqbal, "Sitaron se aage jahan aur bhi hain." So rise, behold, and change the world. A drop in the ocean, a spark in the flame. Each one of us can shift the game. No act is too small, no voice is too weak. Be the change you seek for the future you speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's move forward with the idea. Dare to move, dare to speak. Let me add one more point. Dare to ask. It is also necessary to move forward. The next speaker who is going to join us is Aman Tahir. Welcome, Aman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Be the spark, not the flame. Be the spark, not the flame. A shift that speaks, not shout its name. Change is quite slow and deep. A change is quite slow and deep. A constant plus, a seed to keep. In each small step, the world will revolve. In each small step, the world will revolve. The processes lead and we learn to burn. Be the change. Be the change. The both part and the whole. The living force that shapes the soul. Respected President, be the part, the process of change can be both exciting and challenging. Each of us has a power to spark in this process. We are not merely the spectators in the theaters of transformation. We are the creators, we are the actors, and we are the driving force behind it. The earth around us is constantly evolving, but it's our thought, our intellectual, and our decision for shaping the direction of that evaluation. Furthermore, this phrase, be the part of the process of change, not only mean contributing in it, but also participating in it, which deals that involves it improvement, progress, whether it is social, political, or worldwide level. As in past, we see numerous examples throughout the history where individuals and collective have embraced the idea of be the part, the process of change. Malala Yousafzai, the greatest personality, fitted such as example in the phrase be the part, the process of change. Malala Yousafzai stood against Taliban, who denied for the education of girls in Pakistan. Her advocacy brought and change in the environment and encouraged different personalities and social organizations from worldwide to get and be a change in the children for Pakistan. One of the greatest philosophers once said, change does not happen when we wait for others. Change does not happen when we wait for others. It begins when we act on it. Be the part of the process. Be the part of the process, not the witnesses of its outcomes. Our religion Islam also encourage believers to engage in this process which promote justice, equality and social betterment rather than getting perplexed. In Surah Baqarah it is said, and spend in the way of Allah Almighty, and spend in the way of Allah Almighty, and do not throw yourself with your own hands into the destruction, and do good. Indeed, Allah loves those of the good. In conclusion, I would like to say that, Mr. President, that change, be the part, the process of change is not just our responsibility. It's an opportunity to make a meaningful difference in the society. And last, I would say that change does not happen on its own. It requires some action, some courage, and some patience. Thank you so much.
Now we invite Muhammad Abdullah on the stage to deliver his speech.
Respected teachers, dear fellows and worthy audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today I am going to express my views on a golden topic, be the part of the process of change. Dear audience, first of all, I would like to say, new beginnings and fresh starts don't need midnight to prevail. Dear audience, we humans are greedy people. We always want to have a new desires and expectations. Our series of desires and expectations never get ended. And of course, a new result cannot be achieved from the same process. To fulfill our demands, nature makes changes. Change is a part of life. If we get same food to eat, same color to see every day, every time, everywhere, what will your reaction? Surely the life will be boring. The same thing for a long period of time is not what we want, but as long nature makes changes everywhere. There's only one illness, there's only one cure, that which does not change is dead. Dear audience, every great dream begins with a dreamer. Dreamer are a seed of change. As no plant can grow without seed, the gardener has to work hard day and night. He has to face toughness and bitterness of weather, some case with the process of change. Always remember one thing. No pain, no gain. If you want to improve your life, you should be the part of the process of change. You have to be in tough circumstances. You have to face criticism. You have to face difficulties. You have within the strength and the patience to reach for the stars and change the world. Dear audience, keep this thing in your mind. Progress is impossible without change, and those can't change mind can't change anything. You change the way you look at things. You can never change your life until you step out of your comfort zone. Dear audience, Allah says, Allah does not change the condition of people until people can change their own condition. Life is an adventure. Every twist to turn your life is an opportunity to learn something about yourself, your interest, your talent, and how to set and then achieve goal. You have to remove hurdles from your life, open your arms to accept change and be the part of the process of change. I know be the part of the process of change is very painful, but nothing is painful in staying stuck when you don't belong. A wise man can change his life, but sometime, but never fool. You change your life, and be the part of the process of change is the best evidence you have won. Your audience, keep this in your mind. If there's no struggle, there's no progress. The change is only one thing that has brought a great progress in your life. Your audience, change acquires the power of change. Instead of face changes bravely. We should stay committed to the vision of a better future. Change requires your willingness, perseverance, and courage to face the opposition. Be bold, be courageous, be your best. Your audience, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Be true Pakistani, be true patriot, I accept change. We should be bold, challenges, and daring to bring challenges and improvement in all fields of Pakistan. And last, I would like to say, in life's symphony, change plays its tune, our rhythm whispers, a melody blooms. With open hearts, let us dare to explore the wonders lie behind each closed door. Thank you.
We are moving towards the end of the program. Our next speaker is Saad Akbar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Change of nature, change in life, change is might, change is light, change is fated, change is right, change is rated, change is height. Mr. President, respectful judges, and my dear audience, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Today, I'm fortunate enough to let my electric words dredge up the secluded truth about the change that is unavoidable, unpreventable, and inescapable. Mr. President, the question about the change and its rule is too obvious to be given my limited and powerless words. The point for me is our acceptance and adaptation of the change. I unleash my eyes and mind to pore over my surrounding, but found nothing except everlasting change with ever-changing life and life full of changes. And as it is said by McMarsh, that change is the thrill of life. We are floating in the ocean of change and changing conditions. We have to respect the requirements of our growing age, relations, costumes, and even food. The person can't be child forever. The man has to adopt the change of weather. And even our thinking is shaped by the change in life. Carl Lehman says beautifully, and I quote, "Paradise is connected to the other end of the chain of changes." My dear audience, nature motivates us to be the part of change and transformation. Cycle of seasons remind us that change is inevitable and essential for renewal. The transformation of seed into a towering tree is the best example to be the part of change, to be great and impactful. The caterpillar metamorphoses into butterfly inspires us to be stunning by hugging the transitions. And as it is said by S.K. Gray, that change is inevitable. The best policy is to ride and steer it to the best possible place. My dear audience, the life of Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a profound example of initiating and participating in a transformative change, both on a personal and social level. He instigated change when night was boogieing with all its ripe evils to make fun of seemingly small change. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam modeled how individuals can be catalysts by embracing courage, compassion, justice, and resilience. His life remains a timeless blueprint for transforming oneself and the world. Final words goes to the Holy Quran. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of the people until they change what is in themselves. This verse inspires self-improvement as the foundation of collective transformations. Let's break the stillness. Let's change ourselves to change the world. Let's change the page of our life Let's replace the evils with good. Let's go for the best for better. Let's migrate to the light. Let's be the part of change, to be favored by the change. Well, at the end, I'll leave you with some beautiful lines by A.R. Qureshi. Change is the melting of freezing ice, to free rivers flow, to make life nice. Let's battle a fight to change the night. Let's fight a battle to let the dawn bright. Be the seed planted in the soil of change. Be the rain to nourish the barren range. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Saad Akbar. Now the next speaker is Nayab Jameel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, Allah would never change a people's state of favor until they change their own state of faith. Today, I want to challenge you to be the visionary change makers of our time. Being part of the process of transformative change is essential for our growth, progress, and future. It requires consistent effort, unwavering dedication, and unrelenting perseverance. We must be willing to challenge our assumptions and biases as well as those of others. Additionally, fostering a culture of empathy and compassion is crucial for driving positive change. By understanding and relating to others' experiences, we unlock collective potential and accelerate progress. In addition, being part of the process of change requires courage to challenge the status quo, resilience to overcome obstacles, and collaboration for collective impact. Similarly, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Rosa Parks and Nelson Mandela showed us that one person can make a profound difference. Their courage inspires us to take action. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Believe you can and you're halfway there. We must have faith in ourselves and our abilities. Furthermore, the best way to predict your future is to create it. We have the power to shape our future. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Let's strive for a world that's more just equitable and sustainable. To create meaningful change, we must be willing to take calculated risks and step outside our comfort zones. This may involve challenging our own beliefs and biases as well as those of others. Additionally, fostering a culture of empathy and compassion is crucial for driving positive change. By understanding and relating to others' experiences, we can build stronger, more supportive communities. Being part of the process of change is not optional, it's essential. Let's rise to the challenge, work together, and create a brighter future. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Moreover, embracing diversity and promoting inclusivity is crucial for fostering a culture of change. Diversity is the one true thing we all have in common. Celebrate it every day. By valuing diverse perspectives and experiences, we unlock collective potential and accelerate progress. In closing, I'll leave you with the question: what kind of change do you want to see in the world? And what role will you play in making it happen? Remember, change starts with us. It starts with our choices, our actions, and our voices. Let us strive to be the change we wish to see, every day in every way. We must harness our collective energy to drive meaningful change. As we move forward, let's remain adaptable and open to new ideas. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Let's foster a culture of innovation and creativity where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. We are the architects of our destiny, and our collective actions will shape the future. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember that our collective efforts will create a ripple effect of positive change. We will undoubtedly face challenges along the way, but it is our resilience and determination that will carry us through these tough times. We'll celebrate our successes, no matter how small, and learn valuable lessons from our setbacks. And when the journey feels long and difficult, let's draw strength from one another and from our shared commitment to a better world. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Together, we are more than individuals. We are a powerful force for change. Let's support each other, uplift one another, and remain focused on our mission. Together, we will make a difference. As we achieve our goals, let's not forget to celebrate our successes and learn from our setbacks. Finally, let's unite together to create a better world where everyone can thrive. We have the power to make a difference. Let's start today with hope and determination. Be the spark you wish to see. Be the voice that brings what's right. With each step, a world you'll rearrange. Stand up, step in, be the change. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rafiqa Naeem. Please come to the rostrum. Rafiqa Naeem. Rafika. Rabika. Okay. Let me correct the name there.
Whispers of change, a gentle breeze, stirring hearts, awakening seas, a revolution born of dreams and fire to shatter chains and never tire. From Rosa Parks to Mandela's stride, from streets of Tunis to Egypt's tide, the power of change, it knows no bounds, a revolution spirit forever found. Mr. President, revolutions occur against all odds. Evolutions flourish in total disorder. Civilizations succeed in the midst of chaos. Nations turn to dust and then rise from their ashes. Humanity survived because of the people who became the part of the process of change. The change that can put millions into action, and the change that still resounds down the annals of time. Mr. President, when I open the chapters of history, I see Jinnah advocating the rights of the Muslims for the separate homeland. I see Nelson Mandela working tirelessly to heal the nation and to promote justice and equality. I hear Muhammad Ali Clay, the greatest boxer of all times, behind the bar saying, I am a fighter, I am in the eye for an eye business. I hear Fidel Castro standing up in the midst of his trials and saying, condemn me, it doesn't matter, history will absolve me. Sir, I can go on and on, reciting incidents after incidents, turning pages after pages, recalling the tales of the leaders, stamping their marks on the pages of history, doing what they believed and becoming the part of the process of change. The change that changed the fates of millions of downtrodden people because they did not wait others to initiate change. They did not just criticize others without contributing to the solutions. They did not waste their times and energy in blaming others for their weaknesses. They had the power of perseverance. They had the power of motivation and determination. They had the power of action in the right direction. They had the power of transformation. They did not give up, Mr. President, even when they were faced with insurmountable obstacles. Mr. President, change is the golden key that separates achievers from quitters. Change demands to step out from your comfort zone. Change demands to finding solution of your problems. Change demands a complete solution mindset, from fear to courage, from despair to hope, and from adversity to opportunity. Mr. President, Mahatma Gandhi once said, and I quote, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." Mr. President, everyone complains about corruption. Everyone complains about the outdated educational system. Everyone wants to see change, but they are not willing to change themselves. How it is possible, Mr. President, without becoming the part of the process of change? In the words of Tony Robbins, by changing nothing, nothing changes. Mr. President, I want to become the part of the process of change. I want to change the destiny of my beloved country. I want to change its political system where the elite is served and the poor are denied.
Mr. President, unfortunately, I belong to a country, I'm living in that country where the mere whisper of truth is met with resistance and retaliation. Those who dare to demand transparency are threatened, intimidated, and punished for their audacity. Because we do not matter for them, Mr. President. We do not matter. I, as a representative of youth, am ready to be the part of the process of change. Let's bear the burden of resistance. Let us endure the wrath of corrupt. Let's sacrifice our comfort for the sake of conscience, for the alternative is thinkable. We will not be silenced. We will not be intimidated. We will demand change and accountability, no matter what the cost is, for building a nation where there is justice everywhere, where there is equality everywhere, where there is democracy everywhere, where there is peace everywhere, and where there is prosperity everywhere, for a better Pakistan and for the future we deserve. Thank you very much.
Now the third last speaker will join us, Sania Zahra. Sania Zahra.
Ladies and gentlemen, you must have heard about change. It is not a distant place. It is not a distant dream. It is not a distant future. It's here. It's now. It's us. Change is not just a word. It's a force. It's a power. It's a movement. And the question is, are you ready to be a part of it? Today, I, Sania Zahra, stand before you to discuss a topic that is both versatile and deeply personal. Be the part of the process of change. As the verse from Quran, truly Allah will not change the condition of people until they change what is in themselves. This serves as a powerful reminder that personal transformation begins from within. It emphasizes that for us to witness change in our lives, we must initiate it ourselves. It is well said that change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This underscores the necessity of proactive engagement in creating change rather than just waiting for others to act. It reminds us that while change may appear more daunting, perseverance can lead to successful outcomes, as it always seems impossible until it's done. Now you may ask, how can I, a single individual, make a difference in a world so vast and complex? The answer lies in the ripple effect. Just like a single pebble dropped into a pond can create ripples that extend far and wide, similarly, a single act of kindness, a single word of encouragement, and a single bold step can ignite the chain reaction of positive change. Change is a constant companion on the road of life, guiding us to uncharted territories and providing opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Within the nature of human existence, change is the inevitable part of life. It is a transformative force that shapes societies, cultures, and individuals. To be the wind of change demands a profound understanding of the intricacies of the world. It necessitates a keen awareness of prevailing issue, a critical analysis of underlying causes, and a compassionate empathy for those affected. Armed with this knowledge, one can identify opportunities for positive intervention and devise strategies to address pressing challenges. Now we all are aware of Qaid's vision, his leadership, and his pivotal role in bringing about significant change in the lives of Muslims, the creation of Pakistan. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. In Pakistan, investing in education can empower our youth to become the agents of change. Rumi once said, and I quote, "Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I'm wise, so I'm changing myself," unquote. Dear audience, the world changes according to the way people see it, and if we can alter even by a millimeter the way people look at reality,
then you can change the world. This emphasizes the importance of perspective in driving change, suggesting that shifts in perception can lead to broader transformations. Moreover, being a part of change requires a willingness to step outside one's comfort zone and embrace the unfamiliar. It requires taking calculated risks, challenging the status quo, and advocating for innovative solutions. This journey may be fought with numerous obstacles, but the rewards are immeasurable. In conclusion, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop. Let's inspire each other. Let's motivate each other. Let's challenge each other to reach new heights. Let's find our passion. Let's make a difference. Let's be the change we want to see in the world. Let's be the part of the process of change. Thank you.
Next turn to express himself is of Allah Baksh.
Honorable Chief Guest, worthy judges, and my dear fellows, a thought-provoking topic is given to me. Be the part of the process of change. I would like to quote the very pertinent lines of Robert F. Kennedy. Progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and the change has its enemies. My dear comrades, change is the heartbeat of the progress. It is a pulse that drives innovation, the spark that ignites revolutions, and the force that transforms dreams into reality. But change isn't possible without the vision, courage, and the most importantly, participation. At this particular moment, I would like to quote the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Not gold, but only men can make a people great and strong. Men who for truth and honor's sake stand fast and suffer long. Brave men who work while others sleep, who dares while others fly. They build a nation pillars deep and lift them to the sky. My dear comrades, as students, you're constantly evolving, adopting and learning. You're navigating new subjects and new skills. You're discovering your passion, your strengths, and your weakness. Every great accomplishment, every movement of great came from embracing change. When we were born, we changed from a tiny cell to a living, breathing human being. As we grow, we change from childhood to adolescence to adulthood. The very familiar quote of Winston Churchill, who said, and I quote, "To improve is to change, and to be perfect is to change often." But dear fellows, change isn't just about the big milestone, it's also about small everyday moments. Waking up each morning is a change. Every conversation we have is a change. Every decision we make is a change. Being the part of the process of change means embracing both the challenges and triumphs. It means understanding that setbacks are the natural part of the journey and that resilience and perseverance are our greatest allies. At this particular juncture, I would like to quote the words of John Viscount Morley. Society can only pursue its normal course by means of a certain progression of changes. Mr. President, the lotus flower grows in the muddy water, yet remains unsoiled. It changes its environment, adapting to the new circumstances, and blooms into something beautiful. That's what we can do. We can bloom in the midst of change. We can rise above our fears, our doubts, and our limitations. In conclusion, I would like to say that being the part of the process of change is not just about individual growth, it's about collective progress. It's about working together to create a better community and a better world. A poet says, and I quote, "Be the spark that ignites the flame. Be the voice that speaks out for change. Don't just stand by. Don't just comply. Be the part of the process. Reach for the sky." Thank you.
Thank you, Alabax. Now I would like to call Iman Safdar to express her ideas.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I want to talk about something that resonates deeply with every one of us, the need to be a part of the process of change. Change, whether in our personal lives, communities, or on a global scale, is inevitable, but the role we choose to play in this process defines our legacy and the future we shape. I will quote the translation of these verses of Holy Quran. Verily, Allah does not change the condition of people until they change what is in themselves. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. This simple yet powerful message calls each of us to not just witness change, but actively be that change. The world is constantly evolving, and while we often wait for others to bring about transformation, the truth is that it starts with us. Each individual, each action, and each step forward. But let's be honest, change is not easy. Many of us resist it either because of fear or comfort in the status quo. We tell ourselves, I am only one person, what difference can I make? Or, this is just how things are, why bother? However, consider this, all great changes in history have begun with small courageous steps. Whoever sees an evil, let him change it with his hands, and if he cannot, then with his mouth, and if he cannot, then with his heart, and that is the lowest level of faith. Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep moving. Change does not require immediate monumental actions. It requires a willingness to take those small steps even when the path ahead seems uncertain. Being part of the process of change means we embrace the idea that we don't need to have all the answers right away. It means being willing to learn, grow, and adopt as we go. Our process implies progression, not perfection. Now some of us might ask, how can I create change into the world that seems so big, so complex, and often so distant? My answer is simple, start with yourself. As Leo Tolstoy said, everyone thinks of changing himself. True meaningful change always starts from within. It begins with a shift in mindset, a willingness to step out of your comfort zone, and a decision to be the catalyst in your sphere or influence. Think of your daily actions. Are you contributing to the change you wish to see in the world? If you want a kinder world, are you kind to others? If you want a more just society, are you standing up for what is right even when it is inconvenient? When you decide to be a part of the process of change, your actions create a ripple effect. One small act of kindness, one bold decision, one innovative idea, it can inspire others to follow. Consider the example of Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa is a character who raised her voice in front of those in power and being responsible for poverty. She brought a big change in the life of people of slums by educating, curing, and nursing them. Be the change you wish to see, a world transformed, starting with the small steps today, a better tomorrow, a brighter future born from your sorrow. As John F. Kennedy once said, 1% can make a difference and everyone should try. Being part of the process of change does not require a grand stage or a massive platform. As the great Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. So let's take the first step, knowing that we are a part of something much bigger than ourselves. Let's be a part of the process of change because our world desperately needs it and it needs you. As Zig Ziglar said, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more candidates here. Abdul Hadi. Abdul Hadi, please join us here on the dais.
With the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. With the chief guest, honorable judges, and all my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I want to talk about a crucial aspect of our lives, change. Dear audience, change is inevitable. It is happening all around us, every moment. But the question is, are we just passive observers or are we active participants? Are we just merely reacting to the change or are we driving it? Mr. President, to truly thrive in today's fast-paced world, we must learn to be the part of the process of change. We must embrace change, not fear it. We must take changes as an opportunity, not as a threat. But the question is, why? Why do we need this? Because change is the only constant in life. It is the law of growth, innovation, and progress. And those who adapt, evolve, and lead the changes will be the ones who shape themselves. Here question arises, so how do we become the part of the process of change? Dear audience, firstly, we must cultivate a growth mindset. We must believe that our abilities and our intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. We must be exposed to learnings, feedbacks, and self-reflections. Secondly, we must be willing to take risks. Changes often require stepping out of a comfort zone into the unknown. But it is in these moments that we discover our true potential. We must communicate and collaborate effectively. Change is a team effort, and we must work together to achieve common goals. Mr. President, we must demonstrate our commitment to change and inspire others to join us. But I know it's not easy. I know there will be obstacles and challenges along the way. Now I know there will be fear, resistance, uncertainty. However, I urge you to remember that change is not a destination. It's a journey. It's a process which requires patience, persistence, and courage. Worthy Chief Guest, look, from individuals to nations, those who changed themselves with the change have got marvelous achievements. And those who didn't change were also changed, but with better consequences. Change, or to be the part of the process of change, doesn't mean a full stop or death, but it is just like welcoming an entirely new phenomenon. Mr. President, as we navigate through change, it is important to maintain a mindset of curiosity and openness. We should embrace learning opportunities from unfamiliar situations. Be willing to challenge our existing beliefs and perspectives. Dear audience, so let's make a conscious decision to be the part of the process of change. Let's drive change rather than just reacting to it. Let's be the leaders, innovators, and game changers who shape the future. Let's be the change we wish to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to listen patiently. Now we have our second last speaker at SSC level, Mohammad Faizan Khan.
Mr. President, Reverend panel of jury, esteemed audience, and my dear fellow changemakers. Let's dive into something that we often talk about but rarely dare to embody. I'm talking about being the part of process of change, the topic of my speech in this August House today. Tolstoy says, and I quote, "True life is lived when true changes occur," unquote. So my dear fellows, change is not a simple word. It is a force with a profound impact. It echoes revolution, a reflection of vision, direction, and a proof of a live nation that can transform the lives of people, that can rewrite the history, and that can redraw the map of a country, a region, and the world. Reverend audience, we will have to understand that change is essential for progress and innovation, adoption and survival, personal growth and diversity, improving the social system and beauty of impermanence. So change is not just an inevitable force. It challenges us to innovate, to adopt, and to strive for something better. Reverend audience, we all dream of a better world. Cleaner environments, fairer societies, equal chances in education, business, and development. Yet, we often blame the society for it and forget that we are the society. If you want to see a change, start with yourself. Change comes with action and planning. So change cannot be brought by wishes. If you want to embrace the change, start today. Mr. President, we have learned from the grand theater of history that Martin Luther King Jr. in USA didn't just wish for equality, he marched for it. And he wasn't alone. Thousands of Americans, black, white, and every shade in between, marched, protested, and stood up for what was right. Together, they changed the laws, and that's what happens when ordinary people become extraordinary change makers. We also have one of the greatest examples of change through resilience and action of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. His life's mission was to bring compassion and justice into a society drowned in atrocities and violence. With the help of his loyal companions, he didn't just transform the hearts and minds of people, but entire civilizations. His example shows us that change begins with our own actions and intentions. Mr. President, change isn't always easy, but it's essential. When we adopt change, we learn. When we embrace it, we grow. And when we accept it, we move forward, opening the doors to creativity, innovation, and success. That's what the developed nations have done. They focused on innovation, industrialization, and on democratic principles to drive progress. They invested in the future, formed global partnerships, and embraced change. That is why we now have groundbreaking technologies, from mobile phones to artificial intelligence, from robotic surgeries to self-driving cars and planes. All of these inventions are the result of embracing change, driven by the human curiosity and the desire to improve. Reverend audience, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent more than hundreds and thousands of his prophets with the new message of change, and preached that those who refuse to be the part of process of change are swept away by its tides. Consider the ancient empires that once ruled the continents, like Babylon, Persian, Byzantine, Seljuk, Fatimi, and the great Ottoman empires, and so many more. They thrived when they were latest and adoptable, but crumbled into oblivion when they resisted change and innovation, and found themselves consigned to the dusty old shelves of history. So, my dear fellows, change isn't always easy. Change comes with actions. So let's just not wait for the positive change to come and knock at our door. Let's go out and create it. Let's be the generation that future historians say, they didn't just wait for the world to get better, they made it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now our last speaker is going to join us, Muiz Hassan. Muiza Hassan.
In every heart, a flame can grow. A brighter path we all can show. Be the change, rise with the light. For dawn begins with just one fight. Let your hands be the first to build. Let your courage be strong and willed. Let the world see through your lead. One soul can plant the mighty seed. Good morning, distinguished guests. Today, I stand before you all with a simple yet powerful message. Be the part of the process of change. Change is a word that stirs both excitement and fear. We often find ourselves stuck in a whirlwind of changes happening around us, feeling stressed and overwhelmed. But what if I tell you that you, yes, you hold the power to be a part of the process of change, to shape it, to influence it, and to drive it forward? I want to inspire you to embrace this power and join the ranks of those who are making a difference in our world. Respected audience, it is so easy to point out fingers at the flawed systems, politics, education of our country. It is easy to sit back and lament about what's wrong. But let me remind you of this. Criticism without action is just a noise. It's not enough to just point out our problems. We must be willing to roll up our sleeves and do the job to fix it all. Undoubtedly, in Pakistan today, we are facing monumental challenges: climate change, educational reforms, women empowerment, alleviation of poverty and ignorance, child labor, and corruption. Each of these issues requires us to take responsibility and to engage with the process of change, no matter how small our contribution might seem. Our religion, Islam, also presses upon taking personal responsibility and the need for self-improvement. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly declares in Surah Al-Ra'd, indeed, Allah does not change the condition of people until they change what is within themselves. I encode, respected audience, being a part of the process of change does not mean that you have to lead a revolution or create a global movement. It could be as simple as planting a tree, volunteering for a cleanup drive, speaking up for justice and equality, and by volunteering to educate the less privileged. You wait for others to make a change? Take the lead and rearrange. The future is now, not tomorrow. Take action today and make it grow. Honorable jury, the world stage presents before us powerful characters who show that change begins with a dream and ends with a revolution. I would like to quote just one instance. Martin Luther King Jr.'s fight against racism paved the way for Barack Obama's election as the first African-American president of the United States, a personification of Luther's dream. Closer to home, we have the incredible legacies of Quaid-e-Azam, Abdul Sattar Idi, Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, and the most recent, there's the instance of Pakistan's first individual Olympic gold medalist, Arshad Nadeem, that has inspired a generation to dream big and break stereotypes. In the end, I would like to inquire ourselves, what about us, we who sit in the classrooms of schools, colleges, and universities, we who are 68% of our population, we who are full of immense potential and ambition? Are we truly engaging with the process of change? Or are we just watching TikToks and making reels on Instagram, day in and day out? So I suggest that let us join hands and realize that the process of change is not waiting for someone else to start. It is waiting for me, for you, and for all of us. Don't sit and quarrel all your life and blame the moving world at large. Don't fail to enter in the strife, to sail in fortune's happy barge. Get up, young man, and do the stuff that leads to the blazing glory's fame. Be the change you long to seek in every moment, in every breath. Be the spark that ignites the flame of hope in the darkest night. Thank you.
Thank you. And this was all about the speeches at SSC level. And now we are supposed to wait for 2 or 3 minutes so that our respected judges could consolidate the results. Dear students, all of you are game changers. And you know, game changers do not lose heart. So have a big heart to accept the positions and position holders. Game changers always remain hopeful in each and every condition. कर दूं रिजल्ट का ब्रीफ करना तो 2-3 मिनट मांग रहे थे. They were asking for 2-3 minutes. We will be having a short break for prayer and refreshment from 12:45 to 1:20. break होगी. They are busy in result compilation, but the final announcement will be after the second session. There is one more competition left, intermediate level. हाँ
میں خوش آمدید کہتا ہوں فیڈرل بورڈ کی مسیح ڈاکٹر سیما شہزاد صاحبہ. تھینک یو. ابھی ایس ایس سی لیول پر رزلٹ کی نوک پلنگ ہو رہی ہے, اس کے فوراً بعد انٹر کا کمپٹیشن شروع ہو جائے گا. کمپٹیٹر سے ریکویسٹ ہے کہ وہ رائٹ سائڈ پہ چیئر پہ آ جائیں تاکہ وقت کو سمیٹا جائے اور آپ پہ گراں نہ گزرے. انشاءاللہ نماز جمعہ کا وقفہ وہ ضروری ہے, وہ ہوگا. اس کے فوراً بعد انٹر کا کمپٹیشن جو بقیہ ہوگا وہ شروع ہو جائے گا. سامعین, آج کے کمپٹیشن میں آڈینس پہ سحر اور سکوت طاری ہے. آپ سے گزارش ہے کہ ان قوم کے پھولوں کی حوصلہ افزائی کے لیے کلیپنگ میں کنجوسی نہ کیا کریں. اس بات شروع کرتا ہوں, 5 منٹ کا وقفہ ہے, ججوں نے کہا ہے. غزل سنا جب ایسے اجازت ہے تقاریب ہوں تو یقین کریں ہمیں شہدائے پشاور اکثر یاد آتے ہیں. دعائے رب کائنات وہ تو پھول تھے, ان کے والدین لوائقین کو صبر جمیل عطا فرمائے. ان کے ایک والد نے مجھے میسیج بھیجا ہے کہ میں ایک کلام سنتا ہوں, اگر کسی دن آپ آڈینس کو سنا دیں تو میں آپ کی سماعتوں کی نظر کرنا چاہتا ہوں. وہ کلام ہے کہ شام ہوئی پنچھی لوٹ آئے, اس سے کہنا ہم بیٹھے ہیں آس لگائے, اس سے کہنا کہ تیرے بعد وطن پردیس ہوا ہے, شہر وہی ہے لوگ پرائے, اس سے کہنا دریا نے رخ بدلا ایک گاؤں اجڑا, مل نہ سکے پھر دو ہمسائے, اس سے کہنا کہ تیرے بعد وطن پردیس ہوا ہے, شہر وہی ہے لوگ پرائے, اس سے کہنا. امید واسق ہے کہ میٹرک کا رزلٹ تکمیل کے قریب ہوگا. جو ہی ہمیں اشارہ ملے گا ایچ ایس سی لیول پر کمپٹیشن ہم شروع کر دیں گے. آنریبل جج صاحبان کی بڑی محبت ہے کہ تشریف لاتے ہیں, اور جو منڈے کو اسٹیم ایکٹیویٹیز کا فنکشن تھا وہ ابھی پوسٹ پونڈ ہو گیا ہے, اس کے لیے نئی ڈیٹ کا اعلان جلد کر دیا جائے گا. سب سے بڑی آزمائش جیوری کے لیے ہوتی ہے, اور یقیناً یہ ہے بھی بڑا مشکل اور کٹھن مرحلہ. جو قوم کے پھول کلیاں یہاں سٹیج پہ آئے ہیں کسی میں کوئی کمی نہیں, اور یہ فیصلہ کرنا कि फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड ये उनका हौसला है जज साहबान का, लेकिन आप ऑडियंस आपसे गुजारिश है कि आप इंसाफ किया करें, उनकी हौसला अफजाई के लिए दिल की गहराइयों से भरपूर अंदाज से दादे तहसीन देने में कंजूसी से काम न लें। आज सकूत तारी है, चूँकि फ़रंगी ज़बान का कंपटीशन है। इकबाल तो इससे मुतासर नहीं हुए थे, वो तो फरमा गए कि खीरा न कर सका मुझे जलवे दानिश फरहंग, सुरमा है मेरी आँख का खाके मदीना व नजफ़। लेकिन चूँकि ये इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज है, इसके बगैर हम आलमगीर सतह पर जा नहीं सकते, और इसमें इंशाल्लाह कोई कमी नहीं। हमारी कौम इतनी टैलेंटेड है कि वो इसमें भी सरफरिस्त है। इजाज़त है, इंटर लेवल पे कंपटीशन शुरू कर।
Thank you, Farhat Abbas Saab. Now we enter the second session of the event. The topic of speech at HSSC level is tolerance is the need of the hour. Now the students of intermediate are going to compete. I would like to call the name of our first contestant, Masab Khan.
He drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic, rebel, a thing to flout. But love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle and took him in. Mr. President, I find myself in traffic and someone cuts me off. I don't know why. Maybe they are in a time crunch, an emergency. But frustration bubbles up. My hands tense on the wheel, and I am ready to honk, to yell. But then I stop and ask myself, what do I gain by fueling this fire? Nothing, but only anguish, only loathing. But let's be honest, it's not just in traffic. Look around and you will see how tolerance is the need of the hour and how intolerance has polluted every aspect of our lives. It is in our classrooms, the corridors of offices, the crowded grocery aisles, the hospital waiting rooms, in the streets we walk and the screen we scroll. It's in the whispers behind closed doors and judgment in the eyes of strangers. And I ask myself again, how did we get to this point? When did we let intolerance seep into every corner of our lives? One word, Your Honor, one piercing word: prejudice. Prejudice poisons our perception. Prejudice drives our division. Prejudice builds walls where bridges could stand. But tolerance is our remedy. Tolerance is the power to see beyond bias. Tolerance is the courage to see diversity as strength, not a threat. Tolerance compels us to reach for understanding, to extend empathy in the place of suspicion. Mr. President, look closer. How racism and intolerance are tearing us apart and spreading through our communities like a contagious disease, manifesting in brutal acts of hatred. From the brutality of transatlantic slave trade and the Holocaust, to the apartheid regime in South Africa, the persecution of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, and the racial segregation under Jim Crow laws in United States, history is filled with painful examples where racism and intolerance spread widespread violence, oppression and dehumanization. These examples ultimately prove racism as the form of intolerance. And hold on, Mr. President, hold on. If these magical words are not enough to mind-boggle you, let me lead you to the annals of Islamic history, the radiant life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, a life filled with unmatched mercy, magnanimity, and mighty forgiveness. At Taif, bruised yet benevolent, he raised his hand not in fury, but in faith, praying, "O Allah, guide my people, for they know not." The Prophet, peace be upon him, faced those who had hurled hatred, stones, and scorn upon him. The people of Makkah, having hearts hardened by hostility, had cast him out and conspired to crush him. Yet, in that moment of triumph, he raised not his hand in fury, but in retaliation. But no, he raised his hand in grace, praying and personifying the patience and compassion of Surah Ashura, where Allah says, وَلَمَا صَبَرَ وَغَفَرَ إِنَّ ذَلِكَ لَمِنْ عَزْمِ الْأُمُورِ. Whoever is patient and forgives, indeed that is of the matters worthy of resolve. Here is a contrast, Mr. President. Where the people answered with malice, the Prophet answered with mercy. Where they sought vengeance, he offered virtue. Where they saw peace, they saw the peace. Today, as we see divisions deepen and tempers tighten, let this be your guiding light. For tolerance is no longer just a virtue. It is the need of the hour. An hour where compassion and friendships are taking large breaths, and peace is a dueling like it never existed before. My Lord, let us break the fragile shells of intolerance and loathing with the determination of tolerance, and indeed, it is the need of the hour. Indeed, it is the need of the hour. I rest my case.
Now, the second speaker is coming to express his ideas, Muhammad Wahaj Tur.
The winds of hatred howl. The fires of division rage, and the shadows of ignorance creep closer each year. Lina al-Atrash of Gaza stood alone in the wreckage of her home, surrounded by nothing but shattered walls and twisted metal. The sky, fiery red, thick with smoke and roar of airstrikes tearing through the air. Bombs rain down like from a merciless predator, turning everything she once saw into ash and rubble. Lina, hopeless and helpless, worthy President, finally found the shadow of her mother's scarf. But as she found her moments of relief, they both embrace Shahada. I, as a servant of Allah, as a human with emotional feelings, as a brother to Lina, cannot bear this type of injustice. My blood boils with rage as I hear of such atrocity against the Muslim community. It urges me to go and shred the enemy into pieces, to strangle the muzzles of their guns, and to exterminate them once and for all. But Mr. President, what stops me from doing so is a saying from Allah Almighty. Quote, "Indeed, God is with those who remain tolerant." Worthy President, as we take a look at the inhumane genocide against Muslims in Gaza. We must not forget that from the heart-rending case of the Bosnian genocide to the anti-black racism in the United States, from the xenophobia against migrants in Europe to the Hindu-Muslim violence in India, from human rights violations in the Belarus to the gender-based violence in Afghanistan, all are ominous whispers revealing that these tragedies are born of intolerance. Not just to mention these painful stories of intolerance from around the world, but what about our own dear homeland? Are we not inflicted with the curse of intolerance? Well, worthy President, let me tell you that in the dusty corners of our society, picture, if you will, the streets of Mardan in 2017, where Mashal Khan was brutally killed by a mob. The air thick with tension, heavy like a storm cloud, and the smell of fear choking the very essence of humanity. Just 3 years ago, we witnessed another attack where a mob sought to punish an accused blasphemer, Priyanka Diavadana, without a shred of evidence. Just imagine, worthy President, the bustling streets of our motherland, once vibrant with the sounds of debate and discourse, now echoing with fear as supporters of opposing parties clash, each side convinced of their moral superiority, their anger igniting a firestorm of violence. Worthy President, as I stand here today, my heart burns with the sorrow of every innocent life lost to the monstrous grasp of hatred. We cannot let the seeds of hatred grow among us, nor can we remain silent. In the memory of those we have lost, for the sake of those we have, and for the sake of our future, let us vow to heal these wounds, bridge the divides, and be a beacon of hope for the generations that will follow. So let us learn, let kindness flower, for tolerance indeed is the need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, beta. May Allah help you to retain this energy of yours. Our last speaker before the break is Zainab. After this, we'll have a break.
Tolerance is a gentle breeze that soothes the soul and calms the seas. It is the bridge that spans the widest tides, connecting hearts and mind side by side. Mr. President, respected judges, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. Let's delve into a topic that's gaining more importance by the day: tolerance. Tolerance is the need of the hour. It isn't a buzzword, but a crucial virtue in today's diverse and interconnected world. Albert Einstein once quoted, "Laws alone cannot secure the freedom of expression for anyone. In order that a man presents his views without any penalty, there must be a spirit of tolerance in the entire population." We live in a world where diversity is the fabric of our existence. Tolerance is the thread that weaves us together. It is the bridge that connects our differences, the glue that holds the societies intact, and the oxygen that breathes life into humanity. It is the power to choose empathy over judgment and understanding over fear. It's like a cape that lets you fly through annoying situations without losing your cool. It is the ability to listen to those family uncles' political rants without turning into human-shaped eye roll. My judges, it's absolutely correct that tolerance is not about accepting that what is right. It's basically about accepting that what is different. In a world where divisions are deepening, extremism is rising, fear is fueling hatred, political polarization is advancing, disinformation and propaganda is on its peak, cyberbullying, hate speeches, online radicalization and identity-based violence is prevailing. Mr. President, tolerance is the antidote we desperately need. It is basically a lubricant that kicks the friction out of the life. My audience, the test of our courage comes when we are in the minority. But the test of our tolerance begins when we are in the majority. Tolerance is not about accepting the unacceptable. It's basically about embracing the diversities that makes us stronger. It's not about condoning that what is wrong, my worthy judges. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's hard. Let's create some poetic atmosphere. Let us rise and let us see in every heart in humanity. For tolerance is the golden key that unlocks the door to what can't be. Tolerance allows us to live peacefully in a pluralistic society where diversity is celebrated rather than feared. My judges, it's absolutely correct that if tolerance today, then peace tomorrow. If tolerance today, then peace tomorrow. Now the question arises, how to cultivate tolerance? It's basically by self-reflection in which we can recognize our own biases. It's by education, by open-mindedness, and by actively listening without interrupting. Nelson Mandela emphasizes the transformative power of education in overcoming ignorance and intolerance. He said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world, but my judges, unfortunately, we're part of an uncivilized society where we do not feel the existence of education. Due to lack of education, people feel attacked or defensive when they're confronted with opposing views. Everybody listen to me. If I ask you a question, can you forget success? You'll answer no. Can you forget struggle? You'll answer no. Can you forget tolerance? You'll definitely answer no. Everyone claims tolerance within themselves, but when the time comes, everyone turns a deaf ear. In the nutshell, in a world that is thirsting for compassion, it is the oasis that quenches the soul. So let's roll up our sleeves, open our minds, and sprinkle a little kindness everywhere we go. Because in this diverse and interconnected world, a little tolerance can go a long, long way. Let tolerance be our guiding light, illuminating the darkness, banishing the night. May it lead us to a more brighter day where love and acceptance pave the way. Where love and acceptance pave the way. Thank you so much.
Okay, dear audience, let's cultivate the tolerance and have a short break till we'll be back, inshallah, at 1:20 p.m. To join us is Abiha Shabbir. Abiha Shabbir, please come on the dais to share your views. Evaluation form, give them back.
In the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent, the most merciful. Honorable President, respected judges and esteemed audience, good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. Today, I stand before you to address a topic which is not just relevant but essential in the world we live in. Tolerance is the need of the hour. In every corner of the globe, we see the conflicts, whether it is social, it is political, or it is religious. Wars that claim the lives, divide the nation, and devastate the communities. Whether it is the unrest in the Middle East, or rising racial tension in the Western countries, or the conflicts in our own region, the root cause of many of these effects is one undeniable fact: we have forgotten the art of tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world free of conflict. We have different languages, different colors, different beliefs, and different ways of life. But let me ask you something. If we all were blind, would we hate each other based on the tone of our voices? Imagine a world where we could not see our differences. We have no choice to judge but on the matters that truly matters, our kindness, our empathy, and our heart. Would we not find it easier to live together happily? Then reflect on that. What truly divides us? It's not our skin color. It's not our nationalism. It's not our religion. The main cause that divides us is the lack of tolerance between you and me. Let me give you a few examples of the globe. In Syria, a nation which is full of the culture and religion, war has devastated the millions and displaced the millions of peoples. In Rohingya, the Myanmar peoples are persecuted because of their religious intolerance, and not so far from our own home, we witness the sectarian violence. But in truth, we all share the same soil, the same sky, and the same future. Mr. President, these conflicts rise from the inability to accept the other person's perspective, the unwillingness to listen, and to think that diversity is not a threat, it's a strength. If we want to create a peaceful world, we must learn to coexist, not despite our differences, but because of them. As Allah said in Quran, La ikraha fid din. There is no compulsion in religion, and our Prophet, peace be upon him, was an embodiment of tolerance and justice while living with the millions of faith of people in Medina. Our Prophet who witnessed the tolerance at the occasion of Uhud, at the occasion of Taif, and at the occasion of Fatah Medina. So, Mr. President, I'll give you a question. What truly divides us? It's not our racism, it's not everything, but the main change that divides us is the lack of tolerance between us. If we want to create a world where future generations can thrive, we would choose to teach our children that diversity is a beautiful. As Allah said in Quran, God gives the humanity dignity and it must be respected regardless of its... Sorry, ma'am. Mr. President, if we want to create a world where future generations can thrive, we must learn to coexist, and the tolerance is a need of the all. Let's give us an example. Let's give you a thing that the few ability of a society is not in its ability to dominate, but in its capability to accept the differences. Thank you.
It doesn't matter, beta, if you forget in the middle. The thing matters that you appeared here. तो इसलिए परेशान ना हो. Console her. Someone has lost his mobile in the garden. You can collect from here. Our next participant is Muhammad Ali Khan Baloch.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Indeed, he was the most influential figure in our history. A man tried to assassinate the Qaid, to kill him. Fortunately for us, he failed. That man was brought in front of the Qaid-e-Azam. The Qaid asked him, "Why do you want to kill me?" The man was of some radicalist notions. "You want to give women an education, Qaid," he said. "You want to shelter non-Muslims in the state of Pakistan. What you're doing is haram." The Qaid looked at that man straight in the eye with unwavering faith and said, "Islam doesn't need fanatics like you." And in the spirit of Qaid, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin my speech for today that tolerance is the need of the hour. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Zayyana al-Islamu bi khaslatayn al-haya'u was-samahatu fi Allah." Translation: Islam is beautified by two qualities, modesty and tolerance for the sake of the Almighty. And I will say, what is tolerance? Gentlemen, tolerance is listening to people. Tolerance is accepting people. Tolerance is embracing ideas different than yours, embracing ideologies and religions that are different than yours. There are people in our society who say that tolerance is not needed, that tolerance isn't doing anything. But I would argue that the problem that plagues our society today is not an abundance of tolerance, rather it is a stark and alarming absence of tolerance. We, as a society, we have grown intolerant of everything around us. We discriminate on the basis of skin color. We are negatively biased to those from inferior castes. We disgrace the efforts of the poor and we praise the injustice of the rich. We call each other sinners. We say you're a hypocrite. You pray incorrectly. You're a sinner. We say all of that without having an ounce of perspicacity and self-reflection within us. It is truly a shameful spectacle to see how our whole society is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented people, but remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it actually comes to helping them. It is as if we have become slaves to our feelings, acting on our impulse like animals. And there are still those who say that, Mr. Speaker, tolerance is not needed. Tolerance is necessary. Well, tell that to the 120 children who were massacred and killed by the hands of intolerance in 2014 at the Peshawar Pulwama attack. Tell that to those children, mere children, who came to study at the school and they wanted to go home into the warm embrace of their mothers, but they were killed at the hands of intolerance. Oh, my dear audience, tell me, a society that has tolerance is a society like that willing to kill its own children? Such a pity to those who think that we are not open to reform. But what is the solution to all of this? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Furqan, وَعِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ الَّذِينَ يَمْشُونَ عَلَى الْأَرْضِ هَوْنًا وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. The true servants of the most compassionate are those who walk on the earth humbly, and when the disbelievers address them improperly, they respond with salama, peace. The context of this ayah is when the kafir, they insulted the Sahaba. When they told the Sahaba that your religion is false, when they insulted Islam, the Sahaba did not insult them back. Oh no. The Sahaba looked at them and said that your religion is your religion and our religion is ours. And this is what I need you all to understand and to get off your mobiles and listen up, that because I am talking to every single one of us here, that we are responsible for the change in our society, that it is only us who is responsible. I want you all to understand the importance of bringing all of our cultures, all of our religions, and all of our areas and people and say enough. That this is not a different society, this is not a different civilization, this is not a different country even. Rather, it is one united ummah held together by the strings of tolerance. And I would like to end my speech with the following quote, that indeed, it is individual drops of effort that make up for an ocean of change. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, we agree. At some places, tolerance is not needed, but there is a but in everything. The next speaker will be Iman Zahra. Iman Zahra, please join us here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to address a concept that is foundational to the very fabric of our global society, tolerance. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, the need for tolerance has become both a pressing necessity and a profound challenge. Now let's be clear, tolerance is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it is a strength. Without tolerance, divisions go deeper. Without tolerance, conflicts become inevitable. Whenever we close our eyes to perspectives different from our own, we feel hatred, misunderstanding, and fear. How can we expect to thrive in such an environment? We cannot. We can definitely not. We have a great example of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who practiced tolerance in every walk of life. During the conquest of Makkah, when Prophet, peace be upon him, peacefully entered Makkah after years of persecution, he showed immense tolerance towards his former enemies. Instead of taking revenge, he granted forgiveness and compassion even in victory. As in the Quran, Allah Almighty says, Allah tests different people with different trials because everyone has a different taste of patience, faith, and tolerance. Mr. President, as we look around, we see a world grappling with deep divisions and conflict. Yet history has shown us that tolerance can bridge gaps, foster harmony, and drive progress. Let us take the example of Nelson Mandela. The man spent 27 years in prison, 27, yet emerged not with bitterness, but a commitment to reconciliation. His heart, filled with compassion rather than revenge, helped heal a nation torn apart by decades of racial hatred. His emotional journey from prisoner to president, his dedication to reconciliation, and his belief in a united South Africa reminds us that tolerance is not just an ideal, it is a necessity. So I ask you, if we don't practice tolerance, what kind of world are we creating? A world where differences lead to conflicts instead of collaboration? A world where divisions becomes the norm? We cannot let that to happen. You can definitely not. As John Kennedy once said, and I quote, "Tolerance implies no lack of commitment to one's own beliefs. Rather, it condemns the oppression of others." Mr. President, history has shown us that societies marked by intolerance reflects turmoil and regression, whereas those with tolerance are the most innovative and resilient nations in the world. Because it is a tolerance which allows us to find bridges instead of gaps. It is the tolerance which allows us to find democratic channels instead of dictatorship barriers. In conclusion, I urge each of us to embrace tolerance as a guiding principle in our lives. And for a nation like Pakistan, tolerance is not just the need of the hour. Rather, it is the only way to survive as a stable, prosperous, and democratic society. With this, I thank you all.
Now, the next speaker, Ayman Karamat. Please come on the dais and share your views.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran, and I quote, "Be patient over what they say and avoid them with gracious avoidance," unquote. This profound verse is like a guiding light for humanity, calling us to elevate ourselves beyond the instinct for retaliation. It challenges us to replace anger with patience, bitterness with compassion, and enmity with forgiveness. It teaches us that true strength lies not in responding to hate with hate, but in having the courage to respond it with goodness. This is the essence of tolerance, transforming negativity into something far more powerful and integrating. Just imagine what this kind of tolerance can achieve. Imagine turning the harshest hostility into friendship or breaking the cycle of anger with a single act of mercy. This is not a passive acceptance of wrongdoing, but a deliberate and a conscious choice to act in a way that rises above it. Dear audience, the life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a living testament to the power of this ayah. In the town of the Taif, when the Prophet was met not with respect, but with hostility, mocked, pelted with stones, and driven out, he did not pray for vengeance. No, he prayed for their guidance and forgave them. This wasn't merely patience. It was an extraordinary act of mercy, a demonstration of unshakable faith in the transformative power of tolerance. So the best definition of tolerance I came across is the willingness or the ability to coexist with those who differ from you. Are you willing to coexist? Are you prepared to respect the rights of others without infringing upon their beliefs? One of the criteria for entering paradise is indeed tolerance. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned in Surah Hujurat, and I quote, "Indeed, mankind is in a state of loss, except for those who believe and do righteous deeds and advise one another to truth and patience," unquote. Consequently, not only we should tolerate, but exhort others towards patience and perseverance. Honorable judges, the environment of intolerance doesn't just affect personal relationships, it also affects our communities and societies at large. For instance, in 2017, Mishal Khan, a journalism student, was lynched by an angry mob at his own university, allegedly blaspheming against Islam. This tragic event underscores how intolerant behavior can bring disgrace to society and can lead to an unimaginable consequences. His death is a stark reminder that our beliefs must not translate into violence for others. However,
we must acknowledge that tolerance has its limits. If someone were to advocate for violence or harm against innocent people, we simply can't put up with that viewpoint. If someone wrongs you, retaliation may be justified, but for how long will you hold into this anger? Tolerance doesn't mean accepting oppressions. We must not confuse tolerance with cowardice, and we must maintain our boundaries. Think of how different our world would be if we followed this example. Today, let's reflect on the examples of Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions. In every moment where we encounter harsh words or even hatred, the Quran and the Prophet's life call us to respond it with dignity, wisdom, and compassion. This is the true meaning of tolerance: to rise above, to turn foes into friends, and to spread peace instead of division. As Helen Keller said, and I quote, "The highest result of education is tolerance," unquote. It is this higher ground of tolerance that brings lasting change, that truly transforms hearts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next contestant of the contest is Taimur Ahmed. Taimur Ahmed, please join us here.
Knock, knock on the doors of people. Knock, knock on the hearts of people. Knock, knock on the minds of people. People who mock others, people who shame and humiliate others, people who exploit others, people who are prejudiced, biased, and dogged. To you, I say, listen, and listen well. For sitting around and spreading bitterness, for trying to cancel the people who don't agree with you, for always thinking of us versus them, all this will get you nowhere. Yes, Mr. President, this won't get you anywhere. The ignorant love what they cannot understand. And in their ignorance breeds intolerance, the cause of communities divided, the cause of minorities not given rights, the cause of ideologies that perpetuate division, all of which still happen in the world that we live in today. A world where in Palestine an entire people are cast aside, their homes stolen, their dignity stripped, their children slaughtered before they can even take their first steps. A world where Russia invades Ukraine in the name of their former glory. A world where even in our own country, our society is infested with social injustices. Protests met with brutality, women forced into marriages, politicians laughing in the name of the truth. All this, why does this still happen? This is not tolerance. No, this is children growing up in a world where they're taught to fear anyone who isn't like them. When will this stop? When will we wake up? When will we open our eyes and see that tolerance is not a virtue that can be dismissed out of hand? So think with me for a second. When Allah gathers the souls of each and every single one of you, and He asks you why you brought suffering upon His people, what would you say? That I was too selfish, or I don't know because I never thought of it? This world isn't perfect, and neither is the humanity in it. We'll always make mistakes. We will always commit grave sins, and we will always hurt other people. But if you want tolerance, if the whole world wants tolerance, it can only be achieved through one step. There can never be peace until the idea of selfishness is completely eliminated, eradicated, and erased. Because people don't care if the world burns as long as their ego is intact. That's what they've learned, because that's what they've been taught. So, if you want your voice to be heard, if you want your opinion to be recognized, would you want people to do the same to you? To make fun of you for being different? For having a separate opinion than the rest of the people? Never do to others what you wouldn't want them to do to you. Empathy. Empathy is what the world wants. Understanding is what we need to build. And tolerance is the need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, beta. Our next participant is Hira Sheikh. All the contestants are requested to keep the distance with the mic. आपकी आवाज़ जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बेस बनती है जिससे clear नहीं होती है आपकी आवाज़. After Hira Sheikh, Elaf should be ready.
In a world where voices clash and fight, tolerance brings peace, a guiding light. Though we differ, let respect prevail. Together we strive where unity sails. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you here today. Today I stand before you to speak on a topic that is both crucial and timely. Tolerance is a need of the hour. Mr. President, I want you to imagine something. Imagine you're driving down a busy road and suddenly you have to stop. Maybe because of a pedestrian, unexpected traffic, or even a mechanical issue. What happens next? Within seconds, the peace shatters, and you're surrounded by a chorus of honking horns. It is as if the world can tolerate even a few moments of delay. Frustrating, isn't it? Mr. President, this scenario isn't just about cars or traffic. It is a mirror reflecting how intolerant we have become as a society. How quickly we lead to impatience, frustration, and judgment in all aspects of life. This small everyday occurrence is a snapshot of a much larger issue. Look around you on social media, in our workplaces, homes, even in schools and communities. Intolerance is alarmingly common. Minor disagreements escalate into heated arguments, impatience boils over into anger, and minor misunderstandings deepen into lasting divisions. We live in a world where differing opinions often spark outrage instead of sparking dialogue, where people are quicker to dismiss and cancel than to discuss and collaborate. Now, here is the good news. Tolerance is the antidote to all of this. Tolerance is more than just putting up with discomfort or letting things slide. It's about actively creating space for dialogue, understanding, and most importantly, solutions. When a car breaks down on a busy road, honking won't fix it, impatience won't fix it. But if one person steps out to help push, suddenly the situation transforms. What was once a traffic jam of frustration turns into a collaborative drive forward. Similarly, when we approach disagreements, challenges, or misunderstandings with tolerance, we begin to transform roadblocks into stepping stones and obstacles into opportunities for growth, understanding, and progress. Mr. President, great breakthroughs are not born in silence, but in the fire of bold ideas and fierce clashes. Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, the architect of Pakistan's nuclear shield, turned doubt into determination and challenges into triumph, forging a legacy that changed the nation's destiny. Then there is Malala Yousafzai, who turned bullets into a beacon of hope. Defying violence, she transformed her struggle into a global fight for education, proving that tolerance fuels resilience and drives progress. As Eleanor Holmes Norton wisely said, and I quote, "The only way to make sure people you agree with can speak is to support the rights of people you don't agree with." Let me ask you, isn't practicing tolerance easier said than done? It takes real effort. So let's remember that tolerance is not a sign of weakness, but a mark of strength. It takes great courage and character to remain calm in the face of anger, to choose understanding over retaliation, and to value harmony over division. So let's aspire to be the person who steps out to push the broken door, the one who builds bridges instead of walls. In a world torn by war and politics, let us choose dialogue over division. Because when we choose tolerance, we choose hope. We choose progress, and we choose humanity. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Elaf to deliver her speech. Elaf. There is no one with this name. Let me call the next speaker, Nighat Hassan. Nighat Hassan is not in the auditorium? Okay, next one, Rabia Naeem. This was Hira Sheikh, and after this, Elaf has to come. Nighat Hassan, Rabia Naeem, okay. Mohammad Shan Haider. Is he present? Okay.
If you are anxious, you're living in the future. If you are depressed, you're living in the past. If you are at peace, you're living in the present. Tolerance is the greatest gift of mind, where it requires the same effort of the brain that it requires to balance one on a bicycle. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and dear fellows. Today, I have the privilege to speak on the topic of tolerance is need of the hour. But in order to understand the need of tolerance, we must understand what is tolerance. It's a consequence of humanity. It's a consequence of humanity that we all are formed of reality and error. So let us pardon. Let us pardon reciprocally each other's folly, and ladies and gentlemen, that is the first law of nature. What is tolerance? It's about embracing our differences, not merely accepting them. It's about recognizing that our unique experiences, beliefs, and perspectives make us stronger. What is the need of tolerance? Words of a wise man, and I quote, "Watch your thoughts, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny." Dear audience, tolerance plays the most crucial part in our character. When we are tolerant, we get to understand how much space and value we could give to another person. Eventually, either we start our day by shouting at our mates, arguing with our spouses, And even worse, shouting at the man whose vehicle just crossed us from the wrong lane. Dear audience, especially the youth, if something does happen against your mood, just do 3 simple things. First of all, stop playing blame games. Secondly, listen to the other person patiently and do try to see common ground. Last but not the least, leave aggressive behavior. And eventually events will change to an extent like they never existed. Dear audience, I am the inferior of any man. Yes, I am the inferior of any man whose rights I trample underfoot. Men are not superior due to differences of race or color. Those are superior who have the best heart and the best mind. Consider the example of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. When asked to curse those who wronged him, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, replied, I have not been sent as a curse upon people. Yes, I have not been sent as a curse upon people, but as a blessing upon them. Tolerance, the basis of love and understanding, encourages Christians to deal with others with the same amount of respect and value they desire for themselves. Likewise, tolerance is considered the most prominent concept in Islam, preached by the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, and a number of verses from Quran and Sunnah. But think about it. Think about it that if each and every religion around the world teaches us about tolerance, then why do we witness intolerance in the form of racism, sexism, homophobia, religious extremism, especially terrorism? What you seek is the answer, and the answer is quite simple. It is due to illiteracy. When people are illiterate, they do not abide by the teachings of their religion. Their main aspect is to achieve their selfish goals. As a matter of fact, we all know what tolerance means, but we are illiterate of its use. How? Consider the ongoing war in Gaza and Kashmir. Can tolerance help us eradicate the war? The answer is no. Why? This is war. Don't you understand? This is war, and you seek peace just because of your peace. May peace be upon the souls of martyrs of Gaza and Kashmir. You seek peace? What sort of peace? You talking about tolerance? The woman that gave us birth and brought us to where we are today, what we are today. We cannot speak to her politely. This is where we stand today. Those people who we call leaders can't sit on a single platform if something threatens the independence of our nation or the future of our children. This is where we stand today. For you all, tolerance may just be a word, but for me it's the difference between a happy and a dreadful life. Now I'd like to conclude my speech on a thought-provoking verse. In a world of differences we roam. In a world of differences we roam. Let tolerance guide us, bring us home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rafia Iman. And after Rafia, Nasser Mahmood will deliver his speech.
Tolerance is the need of the hour. This is not just a mere slogan, but a timeless truth echoed throughout history. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand at the crossroads in our society where the urgency of tolerance has never been clearer. In a world increasingly marked by polarization and conflict, where the lines between us and them are drawn deeper and deeper every day, the ability to understand and accept one another is not just desirable. It is essential. It's a bridge that allows us to connect, to navigate our differences with respect and compassion. In the wise words of Henry David, to be tolerant is to open one's heart wide to wisdom, for it is in listening to others that we grow beyond ourselves.
My audience, picture a world where every voice is silenced by the weight of unacceptance and intolerance. Imagine the faces of those who have been misguided, marginalized, and cast aside. Each of those stories of injustice, each tale of violence is a stark reminder that we have failed one another. In the shadows where intolerance breeds, where hatred blooms and compassion recedes, where walls rise high dividing hearts and lands, turning gentle souls into hardened sands. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to feel the heartbreak of a child when he realizes that he is born into a world that only sees the color of his skin and not his dreams. Feel the agony of a woman who is denied her voice just because of her gender, and feel the sorrow of a refugee who, after losing everything but his will to live, with trembling hands knocks at the doors of a world that refuses to let him in. My audience, these are not just stories. They are the lives of people, real people waiting for us to act. But here's the truth. We are running out of time. Every hour, every minute, every second that we turn a blind eye to injustice, we are letting something precious slip away. We are letting hope slip away. We are letting compassion slip away. And we are letting humanity slip away. But my audience, we can still choose change. We can still choose tolerance, for in the words of Dalai Lama, when we choose tolerance, we choose strength, we choose empathy, we plant seeds of peace. Respect, compassion, and understanding are also deeply embedded in the teachings of our religion. And our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, was a complete embodiment of those teachings. He said that a strong person is not one who can beat another in wrestling, but one who can control himself in a fit of anger. And Allah says in the Quran that all of you are the descendants of Adam, and he was created from soil. It shows that all of us are one. He also says that there is no compulsion in religion. My audience, it means that we can't force others to do what we believe is right. We can only educate them. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, intolerance has brought nothing but destruction and devastation. The Spanish Inquisition from 1478, the Salem witch trials from 1692, the Rwandan genocide, the Jewish Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the ethnic cleansing of the Balkans, and now, right in front of our own eyes, the genocide, the ethnic cleansing that has been going on in Palestine for the last 412 days. Open your eyes, my audience. So much pain and suffering. All for what, I ask you? Nothing. My audience, allow me to walk you through the current state of tolerance in our country. We stand at a critical juncture facing a troubling reality. From the recent attacks on religious minorities to the political intolerances, we are forced to confront a vital question. What kind of Pakistan do we wish to build? One grounded by respect and inclusion, or one divided by fear? Ladies and gentlemen, tolerance is not a privilege, it is a right. And it is time for us to stand for it. It is time for us to commit to foster a culture of understanding, respect, and compassion. The journey will surely be difficult, but the rewards, a just and harmonious world, are worth every effort. Thank you.
MashaAllah, all the students are doing well beyond our expectations. So we'll give them a big hand. Our next speaker is Nasser Mahmood. And after Nasser, Anam Amir will be the speaker.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, esteemed judges, distinguished guests, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Imagine a moment, a pivotal juncture in history that would forever shape the destiny of a religion, and humanity at large till the end of time. A powerful general leading an army of 10,000 marches steadily towards a city, Mecca. Its people, knowing resistance is futile, brace themselves for the retribution they believe is inevitable. The soldiers too anticipate vengeance for the years of persecution and torment that they endured. Their hearts are steeled as they enter the silent city, tension thick as iron in the air. No resistance is met. Mecca falls without a single clash. The soldiers prepare themselves, expecting justice, perhaps even fury to be unleashed. But in that fateful moment, the general's voice rings out. Go, for you are free. His words sweep through the streets, filling the stunned silence, astonishing all who expected only punishment. Those who had once scorned him stand awestruck, witnessing an act of mercy that touches their hearts as if the very grace of Allah has descended upon them. This general, ladies and gentlemen, was none other than the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And on that fateful day, he adds the timeless legacy of tolerance into the spirit of Islam that remains as urgent today as it was centuries ago. The Holy Quran in Surah Al-Hujurat beautifully reminds us, O mankind, we have created you from a single male and female and made you into nations and tribes so that you may know one another. This divine wisdom urges us to celebrate our differences, not be threatened by them. We are one human family, and within that family lies diversity, a diversity that enriches, that nourishes, that strengthens. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the global stage. We witness the ongoing suffering in Palestine, the struggles in Kashmir, and the civil wars in Syria, Yemen, and Sudan. What fuels these conflicts? Intolerance, a refusal to listen, a refusal to engage in dialogue, and a refusal to respect differing viewpoints. Intolerance has seeped into our schools, our workplaces, and even our homes. The internet, which promised to connect us, often amplifies hate and division. How many times have we scrolled past venomous comments, wondering when did we lose our ability to listen? How often do we see our youth fall prey to the lure of extremism just because they haven't been shown the beauty of dialogue, of patience, of understanding? Mr. President, in Pakistan, a nation born from struggle, where unity was once our shield, we now find cracks appearing in our societal fabric. Our diversity of ethnicities, sects, and ideologies should be our strength, not our downfall. How can we prosper when we altercate? How can we rise when we tear each other down? The founder of our country, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, envisioned a Pakistan where, and I quote, "You may belong to any religion, caste, or creed that has nothing to do with the business of the state." Yet, intolerance has become a shadow that threatens to eclipse this dream. But I stand here today hopeful, because within every crisis lies an opportunity for rebirth. Within every hardship, a chance for healing. Tolerance is not just a virtue, it is a necessity. It is a gift we give ourselves and our future generations. Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, emerged not with vengeance, but with a message of reconciliation. He said, "No one is born hating another person. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love." So why can't we, the followers of the Prophet, the youth of Pakistan, the future of this world, be the generation that bridges divides instead of creating them? Why can't we be the ambassadors of tolerance who bring peace to villages, to cities, to nations, and to the entire world? I ask you, isn't it time? Isn't it time to slow down and listen? Isn't it time we understand the person next to us, not by the language they speak or the beliefs they hold, but by the humanity that beats in their chest? Remember, tolerance doesn't mean accepting what is wrong. It means handling differences with grace. It means using reason instead of rage. It means debate instead of destruction. Let us be the generation that when history looks back, will be remembered not for our divisions, but for our unity. May Allah grant us the strength to embrace one another with open hearts and the courage to stand together, united in our diversity. Ameen. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next debater is Anam Amir. And after Anam, Aksa Farhad will get ready.
I will not seek. I will investigate. I will not denounce. I will invite. I will embrace life's uncertainties and appreciate what's hidden from my line of sight. I will not give away my autonomy. I will encourage you to share your dignity. In living life so passionately, I will not hide in rigidity. I will swim in peaceful fluidity. Honorable judges and my dear audience, I am Anam Amir, and today I have been given the honor to speak on the topic, tolerance is the need of hour. What is tolerance, ladies and gentlemen? Tolerance is listening people. Tolerance is embracing people. Tolerance is embracing ideas that are different than yours. Peoples of different religions, peoples of different communities, peoples of different cultures, peoples of different castes, living together peacefully. That is tolerance, ladies and gentlemen. That is tolerance. Everyone has their own beliefs and values, which must be respected. Tolerance is crucial in a society as it helps in creating a peaceful environment where everyone considers each other's opinions and ideas. Tolerance leads to a happy, loving, and triumphant society. Dear fellows, tolerance aids in personal development as it helps people to comprehend the world better. Tolerance introduces you to diverse ideas about a particular topic. Dear audience, your principles matter and so do others. Tolerance enables you to deviate and see objectively from where another person is coming from in terms of their acts and feelings. Tolerance is important because it provides a more cohesive and peaceful society. People who can express themselves freely and peacefully without fear of persecution are more likely to live happy lives as functional members of society. By teaching tolerance, we allow individuality and diversity while promoting peace at the same time. Our success in the struggle against intolerance depends on the efforts we make to educate ourselves. Without tolerance and harmony, ladies and gentlemen, the lasting peace of societies cannot be maintained, and loyalty for each other cannot be established, One of the most important tools we need in our social toolbox, dear audience, that is the ability to be tolerant of others. Tolerance is needed in all spheres of life and on every level and in every stage, because it plays a vital role in establishing peace and love in all the units of society, from the smallest up to the highest. Ladies and gentlemen, lack of tolerance leads to violence, and finally it destroys the peace and security of society. When people fail in their arguments, they become intolerant, and then they use force and aggression to support their point of view. We have seen considerable incidents in recent times where, because of lack of tolerance, people have attacked people and places of worship of other communities and faiths. Without tolerance, where do we stand, ladies and gentlemen? Without tolerance, we are racist. Without tolerance, we are misandrist. Without tolerance, we are misogynist. Without tolerance, we are bigot. Without tolerance, we are extremist. Without tolerance, ladies and gentlemen, we are savage. We are savage, ladies and gentlemen. Every single Pakistani is responsible. We have to bring Pakistan together once again. We have to bring all our communities, all our religions, all our provinces, all our people together, and we have to say that enough. This is not many communities, this is not many religions, this is not many castes. This is first one country, ladies and gentlemen. This is first one country. This is Pakistan. So I request you all to pledge today that we will be tolerant towards each other. We will respect each other's opinions as we want our opinions to be respected. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to keep tolerance in your heart. I request you all to keep tolerance in your heart. Keep tolerance in your heart.
Dear audience, today is the examination of your tolerance. So as you have been listening many speeches with tolerance and discipline, now few more are left. Aqsa Farhad, we are going to listen Aqsa Farhad now. And Mia Zahir Shah will be the next contestant.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a crowded, chaotic marketplace. Two strangers, one accidentally bumps into another. In an instant, tempers flare, voices rise, harsh words are exchanged, the crowd gathers. A single moment of misunderstanding no one can control. Everybody standing on the edge of a cliff where one more step could lead to a massive destruction. Now, imagine the same situation with just one change: tolerance. When the bump happens, instead of anger, there's understanding, a smile, an apology, and the crowd dissipates, leaving behind nothing but peace. Respected Mr. President, esteemed jury, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to explore the power of tolerance, whether in the smallest interactions or in shaping the entire nation's future. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Shura, the recompense of evil is evil, but the one who forgives and opts for compromise has his reward undertaken by Allah, and surely He does not like the unjust. This Quranic verse reflects the value of tolerance in life, fostering mutual respect and dignity, emphasizing the freedom of belief and forgiving others by showing self-restraint and compassion. My dear audience, intolerance is like a small crack in a dam. At first, it may seem small, but if left unchecked, it grows and can lead to devastating floods. Keep in mind, when patience fades and temper soars, intolerance opens conflict's doors, division spreads, hearts torn apart, injustice thrives where peace should start. Respected audience, similarly, history has shown us catastrophic results of intolerance among the nations. For example, the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II, the ongoing Syrian civil war, the sectarian conflicts in Iraq leading to thousands of deaths, the Yemen civil war, the Palestine-Israel conflict, and also the Kashmir conflict is the prime example of violence, instability, absence of dialogue, and tolerance. Similarly, intolerance at the individual level is like a thorn in your shoe. It may seem small and manageable at first, but it causes constant discomfort and irritation. My Lord, imagine a forest after a storm. Some trees stand tall, their branches outstretched, while others are uprooted, torn apart by the wind. What's the difference? It's not their size, not their strength. It's their flexibility, their ability to bend without breaking. Likewise, we must recognize the struggles of our Holy Prophet ﷺ in the face of diversity. Facing the persecution in Makkah, the boycott of Banu Hashim, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, and the incident at Taif exemplify the patience, forgiveness, and wisdom shown by our Holy Prophet ﷺ towards intolerance. Moreover, in today's world, the international union's collective efforts for promoting tolerance, the international community's response to climate change, the international humanitarian efforts, all of these remind us of the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. So let's be the light, let's be the love. Remember, it is the need of the hour that we need to understand. Raise your words, not your voices. It is the rain that grows flower, not thunder. So let's be the rain that showers the flowers of tolerance. Let's be the voices that whisper hope, not hate.
In the end, being a Muslim and a true patriot, I request you all, let tolerance crown both heart and mind. Let justice guide all humankind. Let peace at every level reign. Let unity break every chain. Let patience heal. Let truth arise. Let the nations and the souls touch the skies. And I pray, may you wear this crown with grace and lead with justice at every place. Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Very well said. It is a rain that grows flower, not thunder. Let's proceed. Next contestant is Mia Zahir Shah. And after Mia Zahir Shah, Ahmadullah Tarar will deliver his speech.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. Today, I stand before you to address a topic that has sparked numerous debates throughout the history. Tolerance is the need of the hour. The dilemma of the present-day world is that we have been inculcated such thoughts, ideas, and beliefs that does not allow listening to others, be it our religious beliefs, our social values, or political thoughts. You either listen and agree to me, otherwise you have no right to live. We hate disagreements. Tolerance is not easy, but it is certainly better than hatred. Our world is confronted with tough questions, but to find solutions to them, we need to listen to others. We need to agree to disagreement. We need to agree to disagreement. Sir, tolerance, our rigid beliefs and Sir, our rigid beliefs. Sir, I sincerely believe that our country is
कोई बात नहीं बेटा. We all are here to encourage our all students. ठीक है? ऐसा होता है. Next participant is Saida Hadia Batul Abida. Abidi.
Good afternoon, dear audience. Almost 3 weeks ago, when I sat down to do some research on today's speech topic, I was baffled by the numerous incidents on the internet highlighting the rising issue of intolerance among us. One of the top stories was the UN's 14 June 2024 press release titled as Intolerance, Hate Speech, often very cause of wars, conflicts. The release emphasized, and I quote, "Violence often starts with words of hatred that spread intolerance, divide societies, and promote discrimination," unquote. Words. Yes, definitely words matter. As witnessed by a news reporter in a recent road rage incident on our Nazimuddin Road. The confrontation started with a small bumper-to-bumper collision during rush hour, a light scrape. But things quickly heated up as both the drivers got out, exchanging harsh and angry, rather abusive words. Voices grew louder, gestures became hostile, and soon bystanders gathered as threats and shouting turned the minor road accident into a tense situation, causing a significant traffic jam. Now imagine, dear friends, if the drivers had been tolerant and had spoken gently, the tension could have been de-escalated quickly and calmly. Besides road rage incident, honorable judges, I also read some domestic violence cases. For example, in yet another shocking news, man turns violent after dispute over delayed dinner. A husband reportedly became violent with his wife and children simply because the meal was not served in time. I mean, isn't it hard to understand such extreme household cases of intolerance? Parents abuse their children, beat them, and shatter their self-esteem. Meanwhile, husband-wife relationships break down, leading to painful divorces, destroying not only the present, but leaving unforgettable scars on future of all affected. Dear audience, the story unfortunately does not end here. I also read some horrifying cases of religious intolerance. On August 16, 2023, 26 Christian churches in Punjab, Pakistan were burned down by mobs in a series of attacks. Houses were destroyed and looted, leaving 100 injured. On another website, I read that Babri Masjid in India was demolished on December 6, 1992 by a large crowd of Hindus, tragically resulting in deaths of more than 2,000 people. Similarly, I read about Christchurch shooting on March 15, 2019, which tragically targeted 2 mosques in New Zealand, resulting in deaths of 51 people and injuring many more. Honorable judges, let me clarify that the information I have just shared is based on research-driven facts, not my personal opinions. And I have mentioned few of incidents that surfaced. I haven't mentioned the ongoing wars and conflicts impacting countless lives. I haven't mentioned the cases of Islamophobia and intolerance. I haven't mentioned the deadly historical wars like World War I, II, the Vietnam War, the American Civil War, the Iran-Iraq War, or the Afghanistan War after 9/11. Friends, I simply want to draw a conclusion from all these incidents. All religious teachings advocate peace, correct? Worldly education also emphasizes values like tolerance, respect, right? But what are we passing on to our future generations? When children witness intolerance on TV, in political debates, on the roads, and even within our homes, they absorb the negative behavior. What is our role in such a dismal scenario? It's simple. To actively practice respect, to actively practice kindness, to actively practice inclusion, and to actively practice tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Ahmadullah Tarar to deliver his speech. And after Ahmadullah, Amara Rizwan is going to share her views.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Wow, look at it. A simple, beautiful bloom. It doesn't judge. It doesn't discriminate. It grows where it's planted, embraces the sunlight, and offers its fragrance to all, regardless of who they are. Today, I've brought a flower with me because I believe it represents something crucial, tolerance. Mr. President, honorable judges, and my dear fellows, what if we saw tolerance as more than mere acceptance? Could it be the bridge that connects us across our differences, the balm that soothes our conflicts? Today, I ask you, isn't it time that we recognize tolerance is not just a virtue, but an urgent necessity? As black bodies are still seen as criminal, brown bodies are still seen as illegal, trans as immoral, and indigenous as savage, and women as someone else's property? And when we see them not as brothers and sisters, then it becomes easy to allow practices which harm them and consequently give rise to intolerance, hatred, and division. As throughout history, we have witnessed the devastation caused by the lack of tolerance. Slavery, one of the humanity's darkest practices, may be legally abolished today, but the underlying issues of racial prejudice and discrimination still persist, present in different forms. Mr. President, the moment I close my eyes and dive back, I see when Nelson Mandela stood against the apartheid regime, he was imprisoned. When Martin Luther spoke for social justice, he was assassinated. When Rosa Parks refused to leave her seat, she was harassed. This frightens the weak me and discouraged to stand against the intolerant.
But then I understand that the remnants of this intolerant past serves as a stark reminder that intolerance breeds hatred, division, and suffering, none of which can create a healthy society. This fuels my resilience and strengthens me to stand firm against the intolerance of intolerant and restrict their growth. Not only restrict, but also abolish it. The example of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, drafting the Constitution of Medina, beautifully embodies the principle of tolerance. He declared that all inhabitants, regardless of religion, race, or ancestry, were one nation. This inclusive approach ensured that everyone, whether Muslim, Jew, Christian, or idolater, was considered an equal member of society. Emphasizing the principles, Prophet, peace be upon him, stated, "Beware, whoever is cruel or hard on a minority, or curtails their right, or burdens them with more than they can bear, or takes anything from them against their free will, I, Muhammad, will complain against the person on the day of judgment." It shows how true tolerance involves recognizing and valuing the diversity of beliefs and culture, fostering a community where differences do not divide but enrich. As Allah Almighty says in our room, verse 22, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافِ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُمْ. One of his signs is the creation of heavens and earth and the diversity of your languages and colors. The heart of empathy lies in our ability to listen, understand, and appreciate differences. When we succeed in these, we lose ourselves in oneness, and the ego that divides the world into us and them, self and other, begins to quiet. The audience, acceptance and tolerance despite difference seems unbelievable, but there are people who believe. Do you? Show the world that tolerance despite difference is not an unbelievable story. Let us remember that our strength lies in our differences, in the beautiful variety that makes up our world. We can build a future where tolerance reigns, where kindness bridges division, and where understanding is our greatest strength. Let us be the generation that chooses acceptance over fear, love over hatred, unity over division. So let us all step forward, not just as individuals, but as a global family, ready to run, embrace, and grow together. Thank you.
Let us welcome our next speaker, Amara Rizwan. And meanwhile, Yahya Zeib will prepare for his speech.
Good afternoon, respected audience. I understand your minds right now are filled with many complex terms. Concepts like inclusivity, diversity, bigotry, liberal or conservative values, multiculturalism, humanitarianism, sectarianism, etc. Well, you have been exposed to so much information since morning that it's genuine to feel overwhelmed by these labels. So, rather than delivering yet another formal speech, I'd like to break down some of these ideas for clarity and understanding, emphasizing why tolerance is, quite simply, the need of the hour. Consider this, dear audience. If I mourn here the loss of over 10,000 children in the Gaza conflict, thousands missing or buried under rubble, some of you might call me a humanist, a person who believes in the value of every human life. Some of you might label me a pacifist, a person who stands against war and violence and promotes peace. Have you ever wondered, friends, what is the biggest harm of such quick labeling? The main issue with such quick labeling and categorizing is that rather than trying to understand my anti-war perspective, you will tend to judge or criticize me. Such reactions will lead to two key problems. A, I won't be able to communicate my feelings and opinions effectively. And B, you will miss the opportunity to understand my point of view. Hence, this labeling will create a barrier, making it challenging for me to convey that I simply value and respect human life. How do you feel, friends, when you read accounts of war in the books of history? Honestly, my heart aches when I read that 70,000 people, how many? 70,000 people died instantly in Hiroshima and around 40,000 in Nagasaki because America dropped the atomic bombs to swiftly end World War II. Similarly, it's almost unbelievable to read that humans kill 15 to 20 million humans with millions more injured or displaced in World War I. Reasons behind these deadly global wars? Human greed, fueled by human ego, human prejudice, and human intolerance towards differences. Honorable judges, I advocate for peaceful coexistence, respecting people of all ethnic and religious backgrounds without dividing them, inciting hatred, killing them, burning them alive, destroying their places of worship, and/or demolishing their homes. You may call me a liberal, someone who supports people's rights to freely choose for themselves. Some of you may, God forbid, label me a non-believer without fully understanding that Islam advocates for peace and mercy, not violence and hatred. Honorable judges, we say we believe in Allah, but do we truly obey Him? I ask you, my friends, we recite the Holy Quran. Some of us have memorized it, right? But do we understand what Allah is communicating to us through the Quran? Most importantly, do we follow its orders? Allah says in Surah Baqarah, وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, and do not be divided into sects. Are we not divided into sects today? Look at the sectarianism in Pakistan, where Muslims are killing Muslims as seen in the Parachanar and Hazara conflicts. Similarly, we love our last prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But do we understand and practice his sunnah? The prophet demonstrated remarkable tolerance in Taif, where people insulted him and even threw stones at him. But he only prayed for their guidance. Will we do that? Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Yahya Zeb.
Mr. President and respected audience, today I stand before you to talk about something so simple yet so powerful. Something that's often overlooked but holds the key to progress, understanding, and peace. Since the beginning of time, it has been proven that a person or a nation who lacks this power faces downfall, and the one who embraces it rises from the immoralities to the epitome of society. That something is tolerance. As the philosopher Voltaire put it, tolerance is the consequence of humanity. We are all formed of frailty and errors, so let us pardon reciprocally each other's folly. That is the first law of nature. Dear audience, imagine a day in our city. A disagreement starts, voices rise, and before we know it, anger explodes into violence. Imagine the scene. Streets turning into battlefields, people getting hurt, lives shattered. This isn't a distant possibility. It's a reality we face every day. And my dear audience, why do you think this happens? Why? Because we are losing something vital, something very, very precious. Tolerance. Respected judges, now imagine this. A young child watching as their community falls apart, their world ripped to shreds because someone couldn't tolerate a different belief. That child's dreams, their futures ruined in an instant. Do we want this? Do we want more children growing up in a Pakistan where intolerance is the rule rather than being the exception? And now, let's take it a step further. Imagine you cut off your neighbor's throat, not because they did you wrong, but because their beliefs are different from yours. Picture the blood on your hands, the devastation that follows. Does that bring you peace? Is that really something you'd be proud of? My dear audience, think about the consequences. What kind of a future are we building if every disagreement turns into a conflict? Are we ready to see our children grow up in a world where violence is the norm and not the exception? Aren't the 60 million people massacred in the Great Wars, millions of people brutally murdered in the name of religion, not enough for us to realize the consequences of intolerance? Respected judges, if we look through the annals of history, it becomes crystal clear to us that egalitarian and democratic societies survived, and the societies where totalitarianism and racism prevailed got themselves obliterated from the pages of history. Dear audience, the absence of tolerance leads to fear and hatred. But when tolerance is present, love and understanding have room to grow. Consider the stories of people who have overcome their own prejudices, who have chosen to extend a hand rather than a fist. Their courage to listen, to accept, and to understand differences has often transformed communities. So I ask you, what kind of a Pakistan do you want to live in? A Pakistan where hatred spills into the streets, where lives are torn apart by intolerance, or a Pakistan where we embrace our differences, build a future together, and let tolerance guide us? Each and every single one of us has the power to make the choice daily, whether in our homes, our schools, our workplaces, or public spaces. My dear audience, it starts with small actions like listening, understanding, and showing respect. Even a simple conversation where we choose understanding over judgment can be a step towards a more tolerant society. We have to teach our children about tolerance, not just in words, but in actions. Let's instill in them the importance of empathy, the ability to respect differences, and the strength to be peaceful in the face of provocation. Let's build a generation that values unity over division. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. Dear audience, this is our moment. Our world is crying out for change, and tolerance is the key to that change. Thank you.
Do not feel disappointed, Bida. It's very natural. ठीक है? To error is human. Now the next participant is Huda Javed.
Tolerance, a word so simple yet so powerful. A word that could, if practiced, rebuild broken communities, mend fractured nation, and restore the fading humanity in our souls. Tolerance is not just a virtue, it is the cornerstone of civilization, the invisible thread that binds together a world teetering on the edge of fragmentation. In an era marked by polarization, where identities are wielded as weapons and disagreements escalate into hostility, tolerance stands as our last bastion of hope. But what truly is tolerance, Mr. President? What is tolerance? Tolerance is the active recognition of humanity's kaleidoscope, of ideas, of beliefs, of ways of life. It is the ability to coexist without erasing individuality, to disagree without descending into animosity. Let me share an example from the life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. A woman threw trash at him every day, but he stood steadfast. He did not care about anything. His affection, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam affection turned her hatred into love, into affection, into admiration, and her hatred turned into something very potential. Mr. President, let us not forget that history has always punished the intolerant. Empires have crumbled, societies have fallen, and countless lives have been lost to the flames of bigotry. Intolerance, Mr. President, is a disease, corrosive, contagious, insidious, and yet, despite its destructiveness, it persists because it is easy. It is easier to destroy than to judge, easier to build than to destroy, easier to mock than to understand. Mr. President, picture a symphony where every musician plays a unique note, creating a melody that transcends the ordinary.
Now imagine a symphony where every musician plays the same tune, dull, monotonous, lifeless. Humanity thrives because of its variety, its cacophony of voices, its contrasting perspectives. But that symphony is silenced when intolerance takes hold. Mr. President, imagine South Africa. The shadows of apartheid still looming, its people divided by decades of hatred and oppression. Yet amid the ruins of injustice, a man emerged who carried no vengeance in his heart, Nelson Mandela. After 27 years in prison, he walked free not to exact retribution but to plead forgiveness. He stood before those who had wronged him and said, "Let us forgive. Let us move forward together." Yet, Mr. President, look at today's world. Social media is ablaze with hatred. Countries are divided along lines of race, religion, ideology. Where is our Mandela? Where is our Malala? We must become them, Mr. President. We must become them. For Mr. President, it takes no strength to cast a stone, to turn away, to stand alone. But might is found in those who see the beauty of our unity. So let us weave together with threads of grace a tapestry that none can erase. For in our hearts the truth is clear. In tolerance we persevere. The storm may rage, the skies may fall, but love and kindness conquer all. Let this be our anthem, our sacred vow. Tolerance is the need of all. I thank you all.
Our next speaker is Sabah Zeb Khan. Dear students, judges are getting disturbed with your voices. Please maintain discipline for a while. We have few participants left.
Let me begin with the word Ikra, which means read. A call to seek knowledge, to understand and to lead. In a world filled with differences, understanding leads to peace. Today, I stand before you to speak on a topic that resonates deeply around our world today. Tolerance is the need of all. Mr. President, let me start with a simple question. What do you think of when you hear the word tolerance? Is it an idea that's easy to accept? Or do you feel that it sounds a bit of a challenge? I will be honest, Mr. President, tolerance isn't always the first thing we think about when we're upset, when we're in a hurry, or when someone disagrees with us. But let me tell you something, tolerance is more than just a concept, it's a lifeline that keeps our world from falling apart. In our globalized world today, with constant news updates and social media posts flashing in front of our eyes, tolerance is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Mr. President, tolerance isn't about simply tolerating someone, it's about accepting, it's about understanding, and even appreciating differences. And while we might feel like we all are so different, the truth is we are not so different after all. Think about it. We all laugh at jokes, we all want to be happy, and we all get frustrated when we are misunderstood. But we can disagree on how to do all of that, and that's where tolerance steps in. Now, we all know what happens when tolerance is in short supply. Look around you, Mr. President. Conflict, hatred, discrimination. They are the symptoms of lack of tolerance. From neighborhood disputes to international tensions, we are often brought face to face with the ugly consequences of refusing to accept someone else's point of view. Mr. President, we have all seen arguments on social media spiral out of control, right? Someone shares a post and suddenly it's a battlefield. People forget that there's a person on the other side of that screen. What started as an innocent post can end up in a series of heated, sometimes nasty exchanges. But here's the thing, Mr. President. Tolerance doesn't mean that we have to agree with everyone. Tolerance doesn't require us to abandon our beliefs, but it does mean that we respect someone else's right to believe differently. Think about it. You can love chocolate ice cream without hating vanilla. You can support one football team without wishing the worst for the other. It's the same with people. You can have your own beliefs and respect others for theirs. The difference is tolerance. The difference is respect. Mr. President, imagine a world where tolerance was the norm, a world where instead of seeing someone else's differences as a threat, we saw them as an opportunity to learn and grow. If we could listen more and judge less, we will unlock so many new perspectives. There is a saying, in diversity there is beauty and there is strength. Imagine the possibilities if we embraced our differences instead of shying away from them. We will build a more richer, a more colorful world. To conclude, tolerance is not just a choice, it's a key to harmony and success in our world. The need for tolerance is now, the time for change is now, and we can be the generation that makes it happen. Thank you.
Now, the next speaker is Nihal Munawwar Hussain, and after Nihal, Jahazeb will be provided this forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to speak of a force more powerful than any weapon, more transformative than any policy, more unifying than any force. Yes, the unstoppable force of tolerance. In a world divided by lines of race, religion, and ideology, tolerance is the thread that can bind us. It is not a luxury, not an ideal to aspire to, but a necessity, a true need of the hour. But the question is, why tolerance is the need of the hour? Why? Why tolerance is so critical at the moment? Look around. Our personal conflicts are fueled by intolerance, grudges, prejudice, and the factors of jealousy are all the negatives of our society. These tiny issues confront us daily, and we are reminded constantly of how fragile peace can be when tolerance is absent. Every country, every society, every individual needs tolerance to move forward. Without it, we fall back into the shadows of division, fear, and resentment. Mr. President, I've searched for tolerance in the fields of Punjab. I've searched for tolerance in the mountains of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I've searched for tolerance in the deserts of Sindh. I've searched for tolerance in the rocks of Balochistan, in the valleys of Kashmir. But ladies and gentlemen, tolerance was found nowhere. Tolerance was found dead, stifled to death by the dense and dark smoke of hatred, prejudice, and the factors of jealousy. Mr. President, tolerance is the need of the hour. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, anger and intolerance are the enemies of correct understanding. In our flourished and interconnected world, understanding is essential for progress. Tolerance does not merely mean putting up with each other's differences. It means accepting, respecting, and even embracing them. It means seeing the beauty in diversity and strength in plurality. As the poet Rumi so wisely said, raise your words, not your voice. It is the rain that grows the flowers, not the thunder. This is what tolerance does. It provides us the patience that grows communities. When we speak with respect instead of hostility, when we listen rather than judge, we create a world where every individual feels safe, valued, and understood. But Mr. President, I see my people being divided into groups and clans. I see my people becoming more and more intolerant
every single day, I see my people being killed by their own countrymen, blinded by the rage and intolerance. Mr. President, if this fire is not put out right now, it will consume all our happiness. The flowers of peaceful coexistence would wither and die. The cancer of intolerance will make our country unable to thrive or even survive. Ladies and gentlemen, tolerance is the need of the hour. Dear audience, tolerance turns conflicts into peaceful coexistence, division into unity. Tolerance heals, it builds, it unites. It is the seed to a better tomorrow. It is the cornerstone of progress. It is the foundation of a future we dream of. So why not plant this seed today? Why not lay this foundation now? Why not build this bridge now? Dear audience, tolerance heals, it builds, it unites. Dear Mr. President, tolerance is the path that will lead us to peace. Tolerance is the path, the promise, the power to build tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, tolerance is the need of the hour. Thank you.
Next participant is Jazeb Khan, and after Jazeb, Anusha Khan will deliver her speech.
Dear audience, imagine for a moment a world where everyone respects each other's beliefs and differences. A world without constant arguments over who is right and who is wrong. Sounds like heaven, doesn't it? Yet, here we are fighting over petty issues from politics to pineapple on pizza. Let's face it, we live in a world where intolerance is almost fashionable. We scroll through social media, pass judgment in milliseconds, and type, "How dare you have a different opinion than mine," faster than we say, "Assalamu alaikum." Someone disagrees with us, and suddenly we are ready to block, unfriend, or engage in an epic comment battle. Is this what we have come to? A society where we can't even tolerate pineapple toppings? But, dear audience, let me clarify. Tolerance isn't about agreeing with everyone. It's about coexisting. Islam, my friends, didn't preach tolerance. Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, didn't just preach tolerance, he practiced it. Remember the incident when an elderly woman threw garbage at him daily. Did he lash out? No. When she fell ill, he visited her, turning an act of hostility into an opportunity for kindness. Could we do the same? Let's be real. Most of us can't even forgive the guy who didn't return our pen in 9th grade. Speaking of sarcasm, let's take a satirical glimpse into our daily lives. Have you noticed how intolerant we have become in our daily lives? In family WhatsApp groups, one uncle posts a conspiracy theory, another replies with, "Son, this is a fake news." And suddenly the group turns into a battleground. Rumi once said, "The wand is the place where light enters you." But let's be honest, we don't allow light in because we are too busy guarding our egos. If someone supports one political party, they are an idiot. If they support another, they are a traitor. Can't we all just admit that we are equally clueless about politics and move on? Dear audience, let's promise to be better. Let's promise to make tolerance not just the need of the hour, but a habit of a lifetime. Because if we don't, we might wake up one day in a world where pineapple pizza wars have escalated into global crisis. Thank you.
Now our next participant is welcome Anusha Khan. And meanwhile, Sayyida Isma will get ready for her speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let's gather stories that make us unique. In the tapestry of life, it's unity we seek. With threads of respect, let's weave something new. A fabric of harmony, stitched from me and you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I want to talk about tolerance, especially why it's the need of the hour. But before we dive into the deep stuff, let's lighten the mood with a little humor. Imagine tolerance as a superhero. Not quite flashy as a Superman or as mysterious as a Batman, but think of it as Captain Understanding, the Cape Crusader who saves us from our own narrow-mindedness. Captain Understanding doesn't have a fancy suit or a dramatic backstory. But what he does have is the astonishing ability to stop arguments with a simple, hey, let's agree to disagree. Now let's dive into the deep stuff. In our increasingly interconnected world where cultural, religious, and social boundaries are constantly being tested, tolerance is not just a virtue, but a necessity. In contemporary Pakistan, there are many individuals and initiatives that embody the spirit of tolerance. Dr. Abdus Salam, the renowned physicist and Nobel laureate, made groundbreaking contributions to theoretical physics. Abdul Sattar Eidhi, the embodiment of humanity, is another towering figure who demonstrated tolerance in action. The greatest humanitarian famously said, "My religion is humanitarianism, which is the basis of every religion of the world." Unfortunately, despite these inspiring examples, Pakistan faces significant challenges related to intolerance and division. Sectarian violence, ethnic conflicts, and discrimination against minorities are persistent issues that need to be addressed. The life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is filled with instances of his tolerance. One of the most striking examples is the story of Taif. After being rejected and persecuted in Makkah, the Prophet traveled to the city of Taif to seek support. However, the people there mocked him, encouraged children to throw stones at him, and forced him out of the city in humiliation. Bruised and bleeding, the Prophet took refuge under a tree. When the angel Jibreel offered to destroy the city in retaliation, the Prophet refused, prayed for their guidance instead. "O Allah, guide these people, for they do not know." The life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is an enduring testament to the power of tolerance. Moreover, Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Tolerance, interfaith dialogue, and education are the most effective weapons against intolerance and bigotry." When we practice tolerance, we empower ourselves to break free from the cage of ignorance. We offer a platform for voices that might otherwise be silenced. Tolerance is about creating an environment where diversity is not only tolerated, but celebrated. And here's the beauty of it. Tolerance does not mean agreeing. Oh no, my friends. If tolerance meant agreement, we'd all be in the most boring book club in history discussing how much we agree about, well, everything. But no, tolerance is way more exciting than that. It's about being able to say, "I think you're completely wrong, but you're still welcome to your opinion. And I'll even make you a cup of coffee while we politely pretend to listen to each other." In a nutshell, tolerance is not merely an idealistic dream, but an urgent necessity that demands our immediate and unwavering commitment. It is the antidote to division, the foundation of peace, and the bridge that connects us despite our differences. The time for action is now. Tolerance is not just the need of the hour. It is the beacon that will guide us towards a more just and harmonious world. Thank you.
Now the next speaker will join Sayyida Isma. And after Saida Isma, Amal Mahmood will be delivering her speech.
Pardon me if I say that I stand here amidst the world where the walls of narrow-mindedness rises higher than the bridges of understanding. Pardon me if I say that I stand in a world where the voices of hatred drowns the whispers of kindness and the lights of unity struggles against the shadows of division. I feel terribly miserable to accept what we don't accept. We don't accept the differences among us. We don't accept the caste, the culture, the races, the traditions among us, all of which leads us to misunderstandings, conflicts, and biases. We lack the ability to accept and appreciate. Yes, I'm talking about tolerance, which is the need of the hour. Today, in our fast-paced, interconnected world, tolerance isn't just a virtue, it's a necessity. As Dalai Lama says, in the practice of tolerance, one's enemy is the best teacher. These beautiful words of Dalai Lama remind us that the people who disagree with us today are the people who give us a valuable lesson of patience and understanding tomorrow. One of the best examples of tolerance is the way we learn and grow from people who think differently than us. Just imagine a classroom filled with students, each having their own cultural backgrounds, bringing their traditions, their languages, and their perspectives to the table. In a tolerant classroom, each student is encouraged to share the differences and learn from one another. They may discuss their holiday traditions, their family values, or even the foods that they eat. By this setting, it allows the students to get a richer understanding of the world. It allows the students to build respect and friendship and a learning environment where each student is valued for who they are. Mr. President, in the era of globalization where our ideas and actions ripple across borders, tolerance is essential for peaceful coexistence. In the recent global events, the conflicts fueled from religious or political differences to the rising intolerance reminds us that intolerance only leads to destruction and division. But now the question arises, what happens when tolerance is missing, right? Unfortunately, history has given us a countless number of examples to the consequences of intolerance. When people or groups are unwilling to accept others, it leads to prejudice, discrimination, and even violence. Consider the events of civil rights movement in the United States. Segregation and racial discrimination were widespread, and those in power refused to accept others based on what? The color of their skin. This led to years of suffering, years of inequality, and years of deep social division. It took many years for those brave individuals to fight this intolerance and demand for equal rights. The civil rights movement reminds us of the dangers of intolerance, and it shows us the importance for standing up for inclusion, understanding, and respect for all people. On the other hand, when we embrace tolerance, tolerance can change our lives and the lives of those present among us. When we accept tolerance, we promote peace and understanding. When we open door for meaningful conversations, we allow ourselves to learn from the unique experiences of others. When we encounter practices that are different from ours, we need to pause, reflect, and listen before reacting. Mr. President, in our personal lives, we encounter different opportunities to practice tolerance as well. Think about the situations where we had disagreements with the friends and family members, right? I do agree with every one of you here that these moments are a little challenging, especially when they include our emotions. But on the brighter side, we get to learn and understand the other's perspective as well. For example, a family may have different members, each having their own political views, leading to a heated discussion around the dinner table. Now, practicing tolerance in this scenario does not mean that we need to agree with everyone, but it's about providing them open spaces it's about providing spaces to their opinions and engaging in respectful conversations. This strengthens family bonds and it gives us the teachings of diverse perspectives of others. As an individual, we cannot change the world, but we can bring an influence on the people and the spaces around us. By approaching others with kindness and understanding, we can make this world which promotes unity, values diversity, and builds a bridge rather than a wall. As I come to a close, let us take up Dalai Lama's challenge. Let us allow ourselves, even those who disagree with us, to be our teachers in the case of tolerance.
As the writer Tim Keller has said, tolerance isn't about not having beliefs. It's about how your beliefs lead you to treat people who disagree with you. As we practice tolerance, we can make this world a more compassionate and a peaceful place, one small act of understanding at a time. Thank you.
Now we invite Amal Mahmood to come on the dais and express her views. And after Amal, Saida Zeenat Batul will get ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamu alaikum. Tolerance, a simple word that takes a second to utter, but a word which holds the power to shape the world. Tolerance, without which difference of opinion and disregard for others' beliefs and practices leads to an era of turmoil and a world at the cusp of doom. Tolerance, a magical power so strong that can unite the world and is indeed the need of the hour. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the topic of my speech today. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends. Robert Greene Ingersoll had once said, and I quote, "Tolerance is giving every other human being every right that you claim for yourself." Easier said than done. We have a knack of disagreeing aggressively with anything remotely different than ours. We believe that our experiences and knowledge give us the right to not just state what we want to, but show no tolerance for anything others have to say. And we do it without giving them the benefit of doubt. Worthy audience, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah emphasized the importance of faith, unity, discipline as the key components for success. And he did not feel the need to add tolerance to the list. It makes you question, had he forgotten? The answer is no. He did not forget it, but he did not see it as an issue because the basic constitution of Pakistan and the star in our flag boasts of tolerance on the basis of us being one country, one nation. The world is progressing at a rapid speed and is known to be a global village. But somehow, tolerance is not the foundation upon which this mutual trust is built. E.M. Foster had once said, and I quote, "We need tolerance, good temper, and sympathy today to solve the serious problems that face the world." And I do not have to go far into history when it was forgotten. World War I boasted the intolerance of one nation against the other. World War II was not far behind. Israel's war on Palestine, Russia's on Ukraine are all examples of the human fate every time there is no tolerance. And this tolerance stems from our so-called differences, for which Maya Angelou has a succinct one-liner. She said, and I quote, "We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike." Honorable judges, I believe that the problems of this world, or any other, are contingent upon our ability to tolerate difference of opinion without disregarding our own. Our mere existence depends on our tolerance of everything around us. So much so that Helen Keller, who could not hear, see, or speak, used tactile language to say, and I quote, "The highest result of education is tolerance." Yes, my dear friends, our education has taught us nothing if we have not learned tolerance. Our Prophet Muhammad ﷺ's life is replete with how he navigated the tough and oftentimes dangerous discussions while dealing with people from different faiths. And his ikhlaq were the epitome of tolerance and grace. And now, more than ever, we need to believe and proclaim that tolerance is the need of the hour while dealing with this diverse, ever-evolving world and the people who inhabit it. The lives of all great men and women are testament to the fact that tolerance comes from a place of love and acceptance. Because without
these two, tolerance is just a figment of imagination. Never attainable, ever elusive. I would like to end my speech with the words of Edwin Markham. He said, and I quote, "He drew a circle that shut me out. He drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic, rebel, a thing to flout. But love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle that took him in." Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker whom I would like to call is Saida Zeenat Batul. And after Saida, Hassan Nadeem will deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Be praise to Allah and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I, Sayyida Zeenat Batul, from Kausar College for Women, Islamabad, is in front of you to deliver a speech on the topic of the most concerning element of the society, and that is tolerance. So, let's begin. Tolerance is the need of the hour, and nothing is required in this contemporary world than tolerance. As tolerance is to accept the views and actions of others with patience and light behavior. Parents observe tolerance by forgiving the mistakes committed by their kids. History of tolerance is as old as the birth of this universe. The whole system of the universe is based upon patience and tolerance. Real tolerance means respecting others even when they baffle you and you have no idea what they think, why they think. Dear audience, it is the key element for promoting harmony among different seats of society. Because if one person bears the idea of other, necessarily the other will also respect his belief, irrespective of the diversity found in both. Tolerance is nothing except patience with boundaries. Dear audience, man is a social being and has to live in a spirit of harmony and cooperation with others. In this process, some amount of give and take is required, a necessary compromise, that is tolerance. Tolerance and compassion are the qualities of fearless people. When we look into the history of Islam, we found a number of examples where Prophet Muhammad gave importance to tolerance, like Prophet's account with the people of Quraysh, whom he forgave and set free during the conquest of Makkah, despite the wrong they had done. It is said, and I quote, "Tolerance is the real test of civilization." I want to end up my speech with this beautiful quote: "The highest result of education is tolerance." Thank you for tolerating me, as tolerance is the need of the hour.
Yes, tolerance is the need of the hour. Let's move forward. Now I would like to call Hassan Nadeem. Hassan Nadeem. And after Hassan, our last contestant will be ready, Muhammad Huzaifa Jilani. And the one who was confused, who got confused in his first attempt, we are going to give him the last chance.
Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Mr. President, I have had black tea, I have had green tea, and I have had pink tea. But audacity, yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you heard it right. Audacity of this auditorium to talk about tolerance when many of them did not even have enough tolerance to sit and listen to my speech and they left. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that in the practice of one's tolerance, one's enemy is the best teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, these words echo a profound truth. A truth that states that tolerance isn't a mere virtue, but is an essential tool to live in a world where people, they won't listen to your speeches. But it is an essential tool to live in a world which is brimming with division and conflict. Mr. President,
respected jury, ladies and fellow gentlemen, good evening. My name is Hassan Nadeem and I'm a proud student of APS DHA. But today, I'm not here to talk to you as a student. I'm here as a voice for a future that cries out loud for that one virtue we desperately need. Yes, tolerance, tolerance, tolerance. Mr. President Mahatma Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. This statement, said decades ago, still rings true. The path of intolerance, ladies and gentlemen, has given us nothing. It has given us nothing but one of our darkest chapters. World War II, the Rwandan genocide, the countless wars that erupted just because we failed. We failed to understand. We failed to tolerate. But ladies and gentlemen, the question is this the world we wish to inherit? Is this the world we wish to pass on to our next generations? But oh, there is hope. Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope because there have been eras of hope. People have come together. People of different nationalities, people of different ethnicities and religions have come together, telling us, proving us that we are indeed capable of tolerating one another. Ladies and gentlemen, our own Prophet, peace be upon him, said, love for humanity, what you love for yourself. It is easy, no? It is easy to tolerate people who think like us, who behave like us, who act like us. But the real challenge, it lies in tolerating those who differ from us. Mr. President, everything set aside, everything. Our own founding father, in his own words, he said, and I quote, you are free. You are free to go to your temples. You are free to go to your mosques or any other place of worship in the state of Pakistan. Yet, we find ourselves struggling. Struggling to accept one another or struggling to tolerate one another. But oh, ladies and gentlemen, do not get me wrong. Tolerance is not a sign of weakness. It doesn't mean letting go of your beliefs or compromising on your values. It is a sign of strength. It is the strength to rise above conflict. It is the strength to listen before you speak. And it is the strength to forgive even when it's a bit hard. Mr. President, as we fight the challenges of our own time, whether it be on individual or national basis, let us be the generation that chooses tolerance. Let us be the generation that takes a stand. Let us be the generation that takes a stand and speaks against atrocities. Atrocities? Yes. The atrocities that are being committed in Palestine, the atrocities that are being committed in Syria, the atrocities that are being committed in Lebanon, and the atrocities that are being committed in Indian-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world that is filled with hatred, division, intolerance, blah, blah, before I leave this podium today, I leave you with this just one thought. Be the voice of compassion. Be the hand that reaches out. And be the heart that tolerates. Together, let's tear apart the dark pages of our history and let's make our own history where tolerance is our biggest strength. Thank you.
Let's make our own history. Huzaifa Jilani, our last speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah Almighty, who is the most gracious, the most merciful. Hello and good afternoon to all of you friends here. Today, we all stand at a critical juncture of human history, as we all live in a world where the voices of justice are muffled, where the integrity experiences a backlash, where the goodwill stay dormant in the corners and the loudest voices of authority reign supreme. And a world where grievances run deep and the rainbow of empathy is vanished. Amidst this wide array of changing values, tolerance emerges as a silver lining, as a distinct virtue and a sturdy bridge that bring people on the table of peace, harmony, love, care, and empathy. Tolerance is not only a virtue, but the the significant tool for the survival on a world. Mr. President, sir, if we cast a look at the chronicles of Islamic history, we find a rich tapestry of human values, where numerous instances of tolerance are displayed by our Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Many times over, he was persecuted by the people of Makkah, but he displayed patience and bestowed his kind behavior in return. His high moral character is a source of inspiration for the entire humanity. The Holy Prophet ﷺ says, the best of faith is tolerance and courage. Moreover, a famous playwright, Friedrich Schiller, considers tolerance as the highest degree of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that grand humanity holds a significant value in the eyes of Allah Almighty. And human welfare expects us to tread a fine line of tolerance where we need to accommodate people's opinion and we need to settle the differences. Alas, we are failed to resume a seat of good and tolerant human. The gloomy picture of intolerance is evident in almost every nook and corner of the world. Mr. President, sir, the brutal killing of innocent Muslims at the hands of Israel is a clear discrimination on the basis of creed, caste, and national origin. The brutal killing of innocent Muslims in the hands of Israel is a clear discrimination on the basis of creed, caste, and national origin. Islamophobia and gender-based discriminations are the true manifestations of intolerant societies across the globe. Mr. President, sir, tolerance is the need of an hour, as a surging wave of material pursuits has set a stage of reckless competition where the ruthless cults of intolerance has thrown us into an abyss of selfishness. Under this tense scenario, tolerance is the need of an hour, as it is the panacea to uproot the evil from the society. Mr. President, sir, J.F. Kennedy put tolerance in these enlightening words, that tolerance lacks no commitment to one's beliefs. Rather, it helps to wade through the dilemmas and turmoil of the world. We truly need a balm of reformation that can only be supplemented by a true essence of tolerance. Mr. President, sir, tolerance helps us to see this world through the lens of compassion, love, and unity. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a cleansing to purify us. We need a light to radiate our heart and soul. And we need a lifting tide to elevate us as a human. Let us embrace tolerance with open arms. Let us tread on the paths of tolerance. Let us greet each other with pure hearts. And let us establish a society where peace echoes from all sides. Mr. President, sir, a renowned author, Josh Loth, says, and I quote, that tolerance is that positive and cordial effort which helps to understand another's beliefs, practices, and habits without unnecessarily accepting them, unquote. And in the end, I want to extend my heartiest gratitude to the Federal Board for providing me such a platform to display my oratory skills. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Thank you, Zaifa Jilani. On judges' recommendation, Mia Zahir Shah is being given the chance to complete his speech. आ जाए बेटा.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. Today, I stand before you to address a topic that has sparked numerous debates throughout the history. Tolerance is the need of the hour. The dilemma of the present day world is that The dilemma of the present day world is that we have been inculcated such beliefs, ideas and values in our minds that does not allow listening to others. We hate disagreements. You either listen and agree to me, otherwise you have no right to live. Tolerance isn't easy, but it is certainly better than hatred. Our world is confronted with tough questions, but to find solutions to them, we need to listen to others. We need to agree on disagreements. A civilized nation cannot afford to lose sight of the fundamental freedom as a right of everyone. Sir, our rigid beliefs and ignorance create miseries in the lives of others and perhaps in our own lives as well. You don't allow good music and you listen to Ustad Chahat Fateh Ali Khan. You put a ban on authentic religious scholars and the gap is filled by a so-called mufti. Lack of political debates leads to putting politicians behind the bar from both sides of the fence. Everyone desires to change the society in their own way. They are ready to kill others for their beliefs, but not ready to change themselves. Jalaluddin Rumi, one of the most celebrated Muslim poets, stated, "Listen with the ears of tolerance, see through the eyes of compassion, speak with the language of love." We need to stand up to the need of the hour, that tolerance is the only way to succeed. Mr. President, a little analysis of the intolerance in our behavior may also be attributed to the deterioration of our families, where a child sees from his or her birth that a mother-in-law is intolerant towards her daughter-in-law, and vice versa. Failure of our educational systems, where we are not allowed to ask questions or to disagree, but to believe what the books say or what our teachers tell us. Lack of judicial trust, where a woman kills person and gets away with it. Our religious intelligentsia, where a person makes an announcement in the mosque and we burn churches. A person promises heaven and we become suicide. We have become a bunch of mad people, not ready to listen to logic and reasons of others. Sir, I sincerely feel that our society is standing on the brink of a big disaster. We Pakistanis are being poisoned slowly. We are killing, we are dying, we are being killed. We need, all our fingers are pointing towards our enemies, Israel, India, America, but none of our fingers recognize the real enemy, we ourselves. Sir, isn't it funny? Let's raise to the occasion and join our hands to make the society a better place where love, peace and harmony exists. This is your world and this is my world. Let's make it beautiful. I finish my speech with the great poetry of Robert Williams. Yet what a bore our lives would be if we lived as we should. It's such a blessing to be free. I value virtues great and small, but oh, the greatest sin of all, I count intolerance. I thank you all.
Thank you. Let's agree. Tolerance gives us wisdom, and wisdom is the sunlight of our soul. Therefore, it is about time to resort to it. Let our judges allow some time to consolidate the result. We always look for the problems and ignore the blessings. Here I quote a proverb, "The tongue ever turns to the aching tooth." So we should always not look towards the aching tooth, because you always be agreed with me that the darkest hour of the night is always near the dawn. So after every night, the morning comes. So be hopeful, or especially about the results. The position holders will be only 3. For others, this will be their day. The next can be your day. Thank you.
میرے معزز تھکے ہوئے سامعین، میں آپ کی برداشت کو سلام پیش کرتا ہوں. آپ نے جو یہ وقت دیا ہے اسٹوڈنٹس کی محبت میں، رب کائنات یہ لمحات عبادت میں شمار کرے گا. بڑا پرفتن پرآشوب دور ہے. میری دعا ہے یہ قوم کے پھول اور کلیاں باد سموم کے جھونکوں سے محفوظ رہیں. ایک سریکی قطع ہے، ڈاکٹر صاحب مصروف ہیں. سکرات جے میں کو مل ویندا ہک گال میں اس تو پچھ گھندا. سکرات جے میں کو مل ویندا ہک گال میں اس تو پچھ گھندا. زہر پیالہ پینا اوکھا ہے یا اس دور جینا اوکھا ہے. سامعین، چند لمحوں بعد ان پھولوں کی محنت رنگ لائے گی. رزلٹ تیار ہو چکا ہے. آپ کے دلوں کی دھڑکنوں کا میں مزید امتحان نہیں لینا چاہتا. دراصل یہ جو فنکشن آج کل طوالت اختیار کر رہے ہیں، یہ بچوں کی اور اداروں کی دلچسپی ہوتی ہے. وہ شامل ہونے کے لیے بھرپور شرکت کر رہے ہیں. ورنہ میں 20-25 سال سے یہ سعادت حاصل کر رہا ہوں، 1 بجے 1:30 بجے یہ فنکشن ختم ہو جاتے تھے. لیکن چونکہ اب یہ قوم کے نونہال بہت زیادہ اس میں شامل ہونا چاہتے ہیں، اور ہم بھی ان کی حوصلہ افزائی کرتے ہیں کہ موقع ملنا چاہیے. میری گزارش ہے جناب ان تقاریب کے روح رواں ڈائریکٹر ریسرچ اکیڈ مرزا علی صاحب سے کہ وہ اسٹیج کے سامنے تشریف لائیں. رزلٹ بھی اناؤنس ہو اور 1st 2nd 3rd جو ونر ہیں ان کو انعامات دیے جائیں. میری نظروں میں جن ڈیبیٹر نے حصہ لیا ہے وہ سب 1 نمبر ہیں. وہ سب جیتے ہوئے ہیں. میری طرف سے ان کو مبارکباد. سر تشریف لائیں اسٹیج کے سامنے. میڈم فلک ناز کو بھی سلام پیش کرتا ہوں. ان کی برداشت کو، ٹالرنس کو، کہ ان کے لیے میں نے انتظامیہ کو چائے کا کپ کا ہے ابھی تک نہیں آیا، ان کے میں سلام پیش کرتا ہوں.
Thank you, Farhat Abbas Saab. You really entertained the audience with your beautiful ash'ar. Results are ready. Within a while we are going to announce the results. رزلٹ سنانے سے پہلے بھی تمام بچوں کو ایک پروورب سنانا چاہوں گی. پیشنس از دا ریمیڈی فار ایوری گریف. سو بی ان کانٹیکٹ, بی کریجس. سر SSC لیول پہ پہلے دے دیں. The results for matriculation level, 3rd position goes to Bahria College Naval Anchorage, Ifra Arif. Congratulations, Ifra. To her teachers also. 2nd position has been secured by Army Public School Potohar, Maryam Mubashir. And finally, I'm going to announce the first position holder, Alian Riaz Khan from Behriya College, E8, Islamabad. All these winners are going to awarded with cash prizes. First position holder will get 7,000. For second position, we have 5,000 cash prize, and for third position, we have 3,000 cash prize, and certificates also. Now be ready for the result at inter-level. Third position has been secured by APSC camp, Umme Zainab Safdar. And second position has got by 4G Foundation College for Girls, New Al Azhar, Rafia Iman. First position goes to APSC Lahore Kent, Mohammad Zarhaj Toor. अच्छा ये बच्चा बाद में आखिर में आया था, हाँ बहुत अच्छा इसने। Congratulations to all the winners and very well done to all the participants. You all really did well. आप सबके लिए भरपूर तालियां। वो बच्चे जिनकी पोजीशंस नहीं आई उनके लिए भी बहुत ढेर सारी क्लैपिंग। Ladies and gentlemen, please show respect for national anthem. I would like all of you to raise on your seats.